The 43rd session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I invite everyone to rise and please join me in a minute of silent prayer. Mr. Sofronio P. Vasquez shall lead the chamber in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Thereafter, he shall render a song entitled A Million Dreams. You may proceed, sir.
Ng silangan, alam ng puso sa dilim mo'y buhay. Lupang hinihan, yan ka lang nagiting sa manlulupi. Di ka masisiling sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. Maliglang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang iskap ng walawan mo'y tagumpay na nanginginig. Ang muling at araw niya kaya't pamay di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhatit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you. Senator Jinggoy is recognized.
May we request the Voice of USA champion to render us a song? Another song, if possible.
I already announced that earlier, actually.
I am not really ready, but I can sing a little bit. But sorry po gulat ako. I'm gonna sing a portion of my winning piece in The Voice. I just wanted to thank the senators and of course the Senate President, Sir Cheese, Sir Jinggoy, and of course the authors of the resolution, Senator Aimee, Senator Villanueva, and Senator Estrada. I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. Run away to the world where we desire. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams, it's all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
May I invite Mr. Vasquez to the rostrum and the members of the Senate as well, so that we can turn over the resolution we approved in his favor. Session is suspended. Secretary is directed to call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 41st Session Tuesday, January 14, 2025, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 42nd Session, Wednesday, January 15, 2025.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the business for the day, Mr. President, we'd like to recognize the birthday celebrant, a member of this chamber, the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that we have a minute suspension to enable our colleagues to personally handshake and greet our Minority Leader.
Session is suspended, and happy birthday to our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge some guests present in the gallery today. Guests of Senator Grace Poe, Starlink Philippines, headed by Mr. Oliver Edelman, Attorney Marquez III, Attorney Jose, Attorney Agas, and Mr. Ramon Garcia. Guests of Senator Bongo, Denise Zamboanga, who just won the one interim women's atomweight MMA world title. Guests of Senator Mark Villar, same personality, Mr. President, Denise Zamboanga, Fritz Biagtan, Marita Soriano, and Bernardo Soriano. Guests of Senator De La Rosa, Police Colonel Molitas, Abalos, Mariano, Master Sergeant Mariwa, Colonel Magnaye, Baby Mariano, Elijah Inclan, Rona Cris Enabe, as well as the guests of Senator Cynthia Villar, Congressman Neptali Boyat Gonzales, with his spouse, Congresswoman Queenie Gonzales.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2837 is the bill extending the term of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. The printed copies were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on January 16, 2025 in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act extending the corporate term of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, amending for the purpose Section 50 of Republic Act Number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2837 is approved on third reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 10841. This is the bill fixing the term of office of the Philippine Coast Guard. The printed copies were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on January 15, 2025 in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act fixing the term of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 10841 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the adoption of other measures, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is seeking the floor to explain his vote. I move that he be recognized, and then Senator Rafi Tulfo will likewise do the same.
And then Senator Villanueva. But before the chair recognizes Senator Gatchalian, may the chair remind our invited guests to settle down, and also the Office of the Sergeant at Arms to kindly maintain order. Senator Gatchalian, you may proceed, sir. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Thank you, Majority Leader. I rise today to cast my yes vote on this bill that seeks to fix the term of the office of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant by setting a fixed 3-year term for the Commandant akin to the tenure of the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. This measure brings stability to the leadership of the Philippine Coast Guard. A fixed term will allow the Commandant to focus on long-term programs and reforms instead of being hampered by uncertainties in tenure. It also maintains stringent qualifications for the role, ensuring that only the most capable individuals lead this vital institution. Through this measure, we are not only strengthening the leadership of the Philippine Coast Guard, but also empowering its men and women to perform their duties under clear and stable guidance. Furthermore, Mr. President, I take this opportunity to manifest a call to my fellow senators to prioritize the passage of a related bill that strengthens the policy and organizational structure of the Philippine Coast Guard. A robust and well-supported Coast Guard is critical to our national security and sovereignty, our economic resilience, and our stewardship of the environment. By investing in its capacity, we pave the way for a more secure, prosperous, and sustainable future for our country. For these reasons, I cast my vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Duly noted and entered into the records. Senator Tulfo is recognized for his explanation of vote. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President, honorable members of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen. As the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service, I would like to manifest my full support for House Bill number 10841 under Committee Report number 432. Hence, I voted yes. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the situation in the West Philippine Sea has been escalating for the past several months, and our Philippine Coast Guard has been our most reliable line of defense and law enforcement support in our waters. The PCG has likewise been a constant presence in maintaining our claim over our rights in the maritime zones. Thus, it is crucial at this time to maintain a continuity of leadership. Fixing the term of the PCG Commandant will ensure this continuity not just in leadership, but also consistency in policy direction and program implementation. Again, Mr. President, allow me to extend my wholehearted support for the Philippine Coast Guard through the passage of this important measure. Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all.
Noted and entered into the record. Senator Villanueva is likewise recognized to explain his vote. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. A blessed afternoon to all of you. We'd like to put into the records, Mr. President, our full support for the approval on third and final reading on House Bill number 10841, or the Act Fixing the Term of Office of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant and for other purposes. We'd like to extend also our sincerest thanks to our hardworking sponsor, our Senate President, for his leadership in pushing for this critical measure. Mr. President, this representation has long recognized the critical role that the Philippine Coast Guard plays in securing our country's borders and monitoring over 36,000 kilometers of shoreline. We understand their vital role in collaborating with our agencies on immigration, customs, and law enforcement to intercept human trafficking, smuggling, and the escape of criminals who attempt to escape the reach of the Philippine government through maritime routes. This is why, Mr. President, in relation to this particular measure, we are approving today. We also filed Senate Bill number 2307, or the Philippine Coast Guard Modernization Act, to enhance their capabilities in maritime safety, security, law enforcement, and provide critical upgrades to their personnel and facilities. Mr. President, it is our hope that with the passage of the measure, the leadership of Philippine Coast Guard will be strengthened and that we can consolidate further support for the Philippine Coast Guard's modernization. Again, we vote yes to this measure. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Senator Jinggoy Estrada, our Senate President Pro Tem, is recognized to explain his vote as well. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues and fellow Filipinos, today I express my full support for House Bill number 10841, or an act fixing the term of office of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant and for other purposes, to which I would like to be made co-author and co-sponsor. This bill is an important step forward in strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard by introducing necessary reforms to its leadership, structure, ensuring continuity, stability, and effective governance in the agency. One of the key reasons I support this bill is because it will ensure that the leadership of the Philippine Coast Guard remains stable and focused on long-term goals rather than being subjected to frequent political shifts. The fixed term for the commandant will allow the PCG to effectively carry out its duties without being distracted by unnecessary leadership transitions. This stability will foster an environment where the commandant can make crucial decisions, drive reforms, and execute strategies that have long-lasting impacts on the agency's capability to serve our country. And the passage of this bill is an important step in ensuring the success and growth of the Philippine Coast Guard, and I am proud to cast my vote in favor of it. With this reform, we send a clear message that we value the importance of a strong and capable Coast Guard, and that we are committed to providing them with the leadership and support they need to fulfill their mission. Thank you, and may God bless the Philippine Coast Guard and the Filipino people.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Ramon Revilla Jr. would like to have his vote explanation be inserted into records, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, this representation would likewise seek the principal author's concurrence that I be made a co-sponsor of the measure. Mr. President, and allow me to explain my vote. Mr. President, 2 days ago, the Secretary of State designate, Marco Rubio, made a statement emphasizing the importance of Philippine-U.S. relationship because of the importance of Taiwan Strait as well as the West Philippine Sea. This statement, Mr. President, made a few days, and we're now just a few hours before the second Donald Trump presidency assumes office, is very timely because it provides a forward-looking framework on how our maritime forces should operate. And this is very relevant, Mr. President. House Bill number 10841, fixing the term of office of the Philippine Coast Guard Commandant, is important likewise because we live in an era not just of turbulent waters, but with geopolitical tensions. With the passage of this measure, we will have continuity of leadership, a definitive term that allows the Commandant to fully implement maritime security plans, infrastructure projects, and modernization programs without the risk of abrupt leadership changes. Number two, we will have institutional independence by insulating the position, as mentioned by our good Senate President pro tempore, from undue political interference. We strengthen the autonomy and integrity of the Philippine Coast Guard, allowing it to focus solely on its mandate. And most importantly, it will achieve a strategic modernization program. As the PCG continues to expand its fleet, napakarami na po nilang barko at kagamitan ngayon. It will improve its technical capabilities, enhance its personal training, and have a stable leadership that modernization efforts aligns with long-term national goals. Mr. President, this measure likewise mirrors similar practices of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police, which benefit from fixed term for leadership positions. Mr. President, again, let us recognize the sacrifices and dedication of our Coast Guard personnel. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Mark Villar is seeking the floor to have an anterior explanation of vote relative to the previous PSAM law which we just approved, Mr. President. I move that it be recognized.
Senator Villar is so recognized for that purpose. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to manifest my gratitude to this August Chamber for your steadfast support of Senate Bill number 2837 under Committee Report number 331, extending the corporate term of the Power Sector Asset Liabilities Management Corporation, or PSAM. Mr. President, when PSAM was created in 2001 through the EPIRA law, they were entrusted to formulate and implement a privatization plan for the government's energy assets previously held by the National Power Corporation. For the past 23 years, PSAM has managed the orderly sale, disposition, and privatization of these assets with the objective of liquidating all NPC financial obligations and stranded contract costs. As of December 2023, PSAM substantially reduced its financial obligations by 76%, or from 1.2 trillion pesos to 294 billion pesos. PSAM likewise remitted to the Bureau of Treasury around 26 billion pesos as dividends to the national government. Mr. President, through this bill, we will provide PSAM 5 more years to give them sufficient time to settle existing obligations. This will also enable PSAM to commence asset and management plans for several significant independent power producer facilities and real estate assets. Mr. President, before I end, I would like to extend my gratitude to our colleagues who helped craft this bill. Deputy Majority Floor Leader J.V. Ejercito, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and Senator Pia Cayetano. I would also like to thank our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and Senator Win Gatchalian for sharing their wealth of wisdom in further enhancing this bill. Thank you very much to this August Chamber for allowing PSAM to continue its mandate as enshrined in the EPIRA. Maraming salamat po.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution 1270. This is the resolution commending Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano and Correction Officer Melvin Cabanal Magnaye.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill, resolution rather, is now in order. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may we ask that the Secretary be directed to read the title of the resolution?
Secretary is directed to read the title only of the resolution.
Resolution commending Police Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano and Correction Officer 1 Melvin Cabanal Magnaye of the Bureau of Corrections for their bravery and dedication to protect the public.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Ronald De La Rosa.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, Mr. President, dear colleagues. Tunay nga po na hindi nagpapahinga ang mga kampon ng kasamaan. Wala po silang patawad. Walang pinalalampas na mga sandali. Walang pinipiling lugar. Ginoong Pangulo, habang ang ating mga kababayan ay naghahanda sa pagpapalit ng taon, abala rin ang mga kriminal. Marahil ay taon lamang ang nagbabago para sa kanila, ngunit ang kanilang mga gawi at nakasanayang buhay ng karahasan ay nanatili. At sa maraming pagkakataon, ang mga selebrasyon at importanteng okasyon ay sinasamantala ng mga kriminal para ipagpatuloy ang kanilang mga masasamang gawain. Mabuti na lamang po at mayroon tayong mga alagad ng batas na nagsilbing guardian angels ng ating mga kababayan. On December 31, 2024, the two most wanted criminals in Zamboanga Peninsula opened fire on Police Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano, a member of the station Drug Enforcement Team of the Zamboanga City Police Station 9 under the leadership of Zamboanga City Police Director Police Colonel Kimberly Mulitas. He was then rendering New Year's Eve covert security duty at Mount Carmel Parish Church. Meanwhile, Bureau of Correction Officer 1, Melvin Magnay, was passing by when the shootout ensued. Please watch their bravery in the video. Yan na yung riding in tandem, Mr. President. Yung dalawa na yan, nakamotor. Huminto. Yung isang gunman na sa likod, o yun. So kahit parang sini, Mr. President. In that juncture, may tama na siya, yung ating pulis na si Sergeant Mariano. Isa sa dibdib, isa sa hita, kaya hindi na siya makatayo. Nagkukover siya dyan sa sasakyan. Pasalamat tayo sa may-ari ng sasakyan na yan, na isa ring kabaro, na kinubiran siya. Bumaba yung driver ng sasakyan na nag-cover, nilapitan siya. Yan yung si Correction Officer Cabanal Melvin Magnay, assigned ng Bureau of Corrections. Kinuha siya para dalhin sa sasakyan. Dalhin sa ospital. Having witnessed the heroism and courage of Police Senior Master Sergeant Mariano and Bureau of Correction Officer 1, Magnay, I am honored to stand here today to sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 1270. Mayroon po tayong kasabihan, aanhin pa ang damo kung patay na ang kabayo. Dapat nga po na maalala at maparangalan, ngunit naway maisagawa ito habang kapiling pa natin silang mga nagpapamalas ng kabayanihan. Ginawa po natin ang pagkilala at pagpaparangal na ito sa ating mga bayaning pulis na hindi naiba sa mga namatay in the line of duty. Pareho silang gumampan sa sinumpaang tungkulin at tinanggap ang kapalaran na ang pagiging alagad ng batas ay may kakambal na panganib. Laging isang paa ang nasa hukay. Pareho sila nagbuwis at bubuwis ng kanilang buhay. We mourn our law enforcers, our heroes, that we have lost. Their heroism and love for country and peace will never be forgotten. We honor them For those who were fortunate to have survived the perils of fighting crimes, we should do the same. We honor them. There is no greater amount of nobility than to give one's life to protect another. However, we should always want and pray that in the process of keeping others from harm, our law enforcers live and tell the tale. Mahirap po ang buhay ng isang pulis. Nagkalat po ang banta mula sa mga kriminal at mga nagnanais na mansahan ang malinis na reputasyon. Hindi po nagsisilbing pananggalang ang uniforme ng kanilang isinuot sa araw-araw. May bigat po itong taglay at yun ay ang responsibilidad na maging mabuti at marangal sa lahat ng pagkakataon. Oftentimes, we only hear or read in the news about police officers involved in scandalous and unpleasant incidents that taint the name and badge of police officers. Today, Mr. President, I would like to say it is different. We witnessed an unpleasant incident, but not one that tarnished and besmirched the reputation of the PNP. It is an unpleasant incident that showed our police officers' grit and determination to serve and protect the public. Even when he was already shot in the chest, his dedication remained steadfast. Likewise, this unpleasant incident demonstrated how our kabaro do take care of one another. For information of everyone, the suspects were successfully neutralized by PSMS Mariano are two of the most wanted criminals in Region 9. They are known to be involved in drug trafficking and several shooting incidents. They had been under surveillance for their criminal activities that have caused distress in the community. Without the bravery of PSMS Mariano and boldness of Correction Officer Magnay, these two criminals would have continued to pose significant threat to public safety and security. For this reason, Mr. President, the gallantry of both PSMS Mariano and Correction Officer Juan Magnay deserves recognition. By the way, I was then the chief of both agencies, the PNP and the Bureau of Correction. Kaya mga produkto ko itong dalawa, Mr. President. It showed their extraordinary ability to swiftly perform their sworn duty of ensuring public safety and their ability to go beyond, well beyond it. It is one thing to perform one's duty to execute the task demanded of us by the very jobs we have sworn to fulfill. However, it is another thing altogether to rise above the bare minimum and to do even more than what is required in one's occupation. Likewise, the effectiveness and leadership of Zamboanga City Police Director Kimberly Mulitas is nothing less than praiseworthy. Her strategic decision to deploy police personnel during the New Year's Eve Mass at Mount Carmel Parish Church is laudable. Her presence of mind and foresight helped maintain order and provided assurance of safety and security not only to churchgoers but the community as a whole. Mariano, Magnay, and Mulitas, Triple M of Zamboanga City, Mr. President. Pagadamutan niyo ang simpleng pagkilalang ito na handog namin sa inyo. Lubos ang aming pasasalamat sa inyong sakripisyo at dedikasyon na panatilihing ligtas ang ating publiko at komunidad. Nawa ay magsilbi kayong inspirasyon sa iba pang miyembro ng ating law enforcement agencies, pati na rin ng mga matatapat nating mamamayan. Dalangin namin na dumami pa ang mga katulad nyo. Ginoong Pangulo, alam ko po na ang Senado ay laging nagpapakita ng pagmamahal sa ating mga law enforcement agencies. Hindi kailanman tayo nagdamot sa ating mga kapulisan at iba pang miyembro ng uniform personnel. Taon-taon lagi po nating nabibigyan ng karagdagang budget ang kanilang mga ahensya. Kung kinakailangan naman po na taasan ang kanilang sweldo at allowances, Buong puso po natin itong sinusuportahan at ipinapasa. Bukod po sa mga pinansyal na tulong sa kanilang pagsiservisyo, maganda rin po ang maipakita natin bilang ating love language sa ating mga law enforcement personnel ang words of affirmation. Sa pamamagitan po ng resolusyon na ito, isinasatitik natin ang ating pagkilala at pagpaparangal habang buhay na pong nakaukit sa talaan ng Senado, hindi lamang ang ating pagpapasalamat, kundi ang kabayanihan ng ating mga pulis. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you very much for the recognition. I'd like to congratulate, and of course, I'd like to ask the good sponsor if we can be made co-sponsors and co-authors of this measure, if you will allow us. And I think all the members here are present would like to be made co-authors, of course, with the permission of the majority floor leader will make the proper motion later. Mr. President, I would just like to congratulate PSMS Ryan Mariano. Sir, congratulations. Og sa imong kauban na si Colonel Melvin Magnaye, who without him also provided cover for the good police officer. Napakahirap ng ginawa niya, Mr. President. He showed us his courage, he showed us his skill in handling the firearm. Marami pong mga tao, pag hindi po sanay maghawak ng baril, lahat po tayo dito ay shooter, pag hindi po sanay maghawak ng baril, you will be rattled. In other words, you can panic and you will have a hard time returning fire. It goes to show the good training of PSMS Ryan Mariano. Sana yung ganyang training ay para sa lahat po ng kapulisan. Kasama rin po dyan si Senator Bong Revilla na may programa sa telebisyon na siya po ay pulis. Ayan, palaging nagpa-practice yan. So, we just want to say thank you for your bravery. Maraming salamat sa inyong serbisyo at sana maging ano po kayo, inspirasyon sa napakarami nating kapulisan. Of course, na araw-araw ay nagsasakripisyo para sa ating mga kababayan. Ika nga, sinabi sa ating pambansang awit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa iyo. Sila po ay handa na mamatay para sa ating lahat. Pero nakita po natin dahil sa kanyang galing, ang kalaban po ang namatay. Yung mga masasamang damo ang namatay. Kaya mabuhay po kayo. PSMS Ryan Mariano. Wounded po siya, Mr. President, and yet he took the time to join us and visit us today. May tama po siya sa leg, sa pahita at sa tiyan. Kaya sa dibdib, sa tiyan, no? Sa tiyan. Dibdib. So, napakaswerte niya. Ibig sabihin na mahal po siya ng ating mahal na Panginoon. So, I thank God for His protection and His safety. Marami pa sigurong plano si Lord para sa kanya. Mas marami pa siyang huhulin ng mga masasamang damo. Kaya once again, allow me to be a co-author, co-sponsor for this. And again, mabuhay po kayo. Congratulations to you, sir, for your bravery and thank you for your service.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Revilla?
Mr. President, Senator Revilla as well as Senator Bongo wishes to be recognized.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Revilla?
So, Mr. President, I thank the sponsor, Senator Bato, at na-recognize natin yung mga kagitingan ng ganitong ating mga kapulisan at, sa law enforcement. Mr. President, it is my honor to rise today in full support of the adoption of the proposed Senate Resolution number 1270, commending Police Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano and Correction Officer 1, Melvin Cabanal Magnaye for their exceptional bravery and steadfast dedication to public service. Tila ba isang eksena na sa pelikula lamang natin napapanood ang naganap sa pagitan ng mga halang na kaluluwa ng ating mga kahangahangang alagad ng batas sa katauhan ni PSMS Mariano at CO1 Magnaye. What transpired on 31st December 2024 was nothing short of a scene from an action movie. Exchange of gunfire in the middle of a road and two brave men rising to the challenge with unwavering resolve. Bilang si Tulume na rin na isang alagad ng batas na gagawin ang lahat para sa bayan at pamilya, hindi natin mapabilang na mapigilang mangilabot sa pagsasabuhay nila ng kadakilaan at kabayanihang ito. Hindi basta stunts, walang body double at may totoong banta sa buhay. Sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, walang pag-aatubiling nanindigan sa ngalan ng batas at katarungan. The decisive and heroic actions of these two gallant men exemplify the highest standards of valor and service to the nation, providing that true public service goes beyond the call of duty. Nararapat lamang nakilalanin at bigyang pugay ang kanilang katapangan at dedikasyon sa kanilang propesyon, kahit pa buhay nila ang mismong nakataya sa pagtupad ng kanilang sinumpaang tungkulin. Their stories of unfaltering commitment to protect the lives of others, often at great personal risk, deserve to be told and celebrated, not just as an inspiration to their fellow law enforcers, but to every Filipino. The actions of PSMS Mariano and CO1 Magnaye embody the highest standards of integrity and public service, and they deserve our utmost respect and gratitude. PSMS Mariano at CO1 Magnaye, naway dumami pa ang mga kagaya ninyo sa serbisyo publiko. May your courage continue to inspire and remind us of the true spirit of public service. Saludo po kami sa inyo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marcos is recognized for the same purpose, I assume.
Yes,
You
thank
may
you.
proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Okay na? Okay. Parati ako nauuna. Okay. Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity, very rare indeed, that we commend Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano and the Correction Officer Melvin Cabanal for their extraordinary gallantry and bravery and dedication to protect the public. Indeed, the media is rife with reports of scalawag and other bad policemen, as it were. And yet, it is very rare that we finally have a very clear-cut act of heroism. So it is important that we at least recognize them. At sana naman, kung hindi naman sa ating Bureau of Corrections, tayo man lang bigyan rin sila. Maliban pa sa magagandang salita, konting tulong din sa pamilya at pagkilala sa kanilang ginawa para sa atin. Today, also, my bill will finally see fruition, and that is the simplified Senate bill regarding the increase of the compulsory age of retirement for officers and non-officers of the PNP from 56 to 57. So, whereas we had the bad news that the Modernization Act of the PNP was vetoed, in fact, today not only do we recognize two heroic officers, but also today we shall equalize the retirement age of PNP together with the AFP. Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and my colleagues.
Noted and entered into the records. Senator Go is recognized for the same purpose. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, and of course to our sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa, allow me to join this August Chamber in commending the bravery and heroic acts of Police Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano and Correction Officer 1 Melvin Cabanal Magnaye, and of course, ating City Director po ng Zamboanga City, Police Colonel Kimberly Molitas. It is truly an honor to manifest my utmost respect and honor to both of these uniformed personnel who upheld their oath in maintaining the peace and order of our country.
As we all know, peace and order are the foundation of any thriving society. Without these fundamental aspects of the country, our society will be in conflict and discord. Kaya po nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte, minabuti po na unahin ang kapakanan ng ating mga uniform personnel at law enforcement officers sa pamamagitan po ng pagdoble ng kanilang sahod sa entry position at sa tulong po ng mga kasama natin dito sa Kongreso. At kasama na po dyan ang Sandataang Lakas, BJMP, Bureau of Fire, Coast Guard, and of course ang Philippine National Police. Ang serbisyong ibinigay nila sa bansa ay hindi matutumbasan, kaya dapat lamang na suportahan sila sa lahat ng aspeto mula sa kanilang sahod, pasilidad at maging sa mga batas na tumutulong sa kanilang profesyon. The acknowledgement and commendation of this honorable chamber to all our law enforcement officers are truly a simple gesture to honor and respect the sacrifices that they have made for our country. Every day, they put themselves in harm's way to ensure our safety and uphold the law. Their courage is not just seen in moments of action, but in their commitment to justice, integrity, and the greater good. Maraming salamat po sa inyong sakripisyo at serbisyo para sa bayan. Again, Mr. President, it is an honor to be made a co-sponsor of this Senate resolution. Salamat, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Tem is seeking the floor for an anterior manifestation, Mr. President. Yes. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate on the measure. I move that the period of amendments be commenced with Senator De La Rosa to propose amendments to the measure as well.
Period of interpolation of debate is closed and the period of amendments is hereby declared open. Senator De La Rosa may proceed with his proposed amendments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. But after the amendment, I hope that Senator Joel Villanueva will be recognized, Mr. President. Meron siyang kunti rin. On page, after the line 8, insert 2 paragraphs that read, whereas the effectiveness and leadership of Zamboanga City Police Director Kimberly Molitas is nothing less than praiseworthy. Her strategic decision to deploy police personnel during the New Year's Eve Mass at Mount Carmel Parish Church. Whereas Police Director Kimberly Molitas' presence of mind and foresight helped maintain order and provided assurance of safety and security not only to churchgoers but the community as a whole. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 2, line 12, after the word public, insert the following. And Zamboanga City Police Director, Police Colonel Kimberly Molitas, for her effective deployment of police personnel during the New Year's Eve Mass at Mount Carmel Parish Church that ensured the safety and security of the churchgoers. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Proposed amendment is approved.
Lastly, Mr. President, on the title of resolution, after the word public, insert the following. And Zamboanga City Police Director, Police Colonel Kimberly Molitas, for her effective deployment of personnel during the New Year's Eve Mass at Mount Carmel Parish Church that ensured the safety and security of the churchgoers. The title of the resolution now reads, Resolution commending Police Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano and Correction Officer 1 Melvin Cabanal Magnaye of the Bureau of Corrections for their bravery and dedication to protect the public, and Zamboanga City Police Director Police Colonel Kimberly Molitas for her effective deployment of personnel during the New Year's Eve Mass at Mount Carmel Parish Church that ensured the safety and security of the churchgoers. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed amendment is approved.
That is all, Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa. This is just to put into the records of this August chamber the intention of this representation to associate itself from the manifestations and statements made by our distinguished colleague, and would also like to put into the records my intention to be co-author, co-sponsor of the measure, Mr. President. And last but not the least, to commend Senator Bato de la Rosa dahil mga nanggaling at produkto po sa kanya ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments now closed.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1270, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Proposed Senate Resolution number 1270 is hereby approved, subject to style and adopted. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As earlier indicated, Senator Jinggoy Estrada is seeking the floor for an anterior manifestation.
Senator Jinggoy Estrada, our Senate President Pro Tem, is recognized for an anterior manifestation. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, it was an ending not too familiar in America's highly anticipated singing competition the past 26 seasons. But for Filipino dreamer Sofronio Vasquez III, it culminates his journey of never giving up, even after all the losses and rejection. His dream of being a known singer was always there. Losses did not weigh him down. Undoubtedly, Sofronio exemplified the indomitable Filipino spirit. All it took was patience and holding on to that dream. And now is his time. Sofronio Vasquez III, the 32-year-old singer from Misamis City, Misamis Occidental, became the very first Filipino and Asian to join the iconic winners list after bagging the grand title on The Voice USA Season 26 following the December 10, 2024 finale. His soulful voice had not only won the competition, it had captivated and inspired the hearts of millions with every note he sung with hope and prayer that finally his persistence, hard work, and indomitable spirit will pay off. Dubbed the Filipino Phenom, Sofronio also wowed the judges after getting an instant four-chair turn during the blind auditions. Mantakin po ninyo, ilang segundo pa lang ang nakalipas sa pagkanta niya ng audition piece, lahat ng internationally celebrated judges ng The Voice USA ay gustong i-mentor siya sa kompetisyon. Hindi ba talagang kahanga-hanga na sa unang bahagi pa lang ng kompetisyon ay naipamalas na niya ang talento ng Pinoy sa pagkanta? During his The Voice journey, he delivered a string of dramatic song renditions battle after battle. Ang natamong tagumpay na ito ni Sofronio ay isa namang patunay na kayang-kaya natin mga Pilipino na angkinin ang pangdaigdigang entablado. Ang kanyang tagumpay ay isang patunay ng mga pangarap ay maaaring makamit kung pagsusumikapan natin ito at naniniwala tayo sa ating kakayahan. And I sincerely hope that this remarkable achievement by our kababayan serves as a powerful inspiration for many others to chase their dreams and proudly showcase the unique Filipino spirit globally. The Philippine Senate and the entire Filipino nation are truly proud of his achievements. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Senator Villanueva is recognized for the same anterior manifestation. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Pasensya na ho, hindi ho tayo makakatulog kung hindi natin babahagi ang ating saloobin sa bulwagang ito at kasama natin ang ating idolo, kababayan na nais batiin. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, nung malaman po natin noong nakaraang linggo na bibisita dito sa bulwagang ito, sa ating bahay dito sa Senado, si Sofronio Vasquez, bigla po akong napakanta dahil sa excitement. Huwag niyo na po akong pilitin dahil baka kumanta ho talaga ako, Mr. President. And we are certain that even before becoming the very first ever Filipino and Asian to win The Voice USA, he has already inspired so many to sing their hearts out. As the primary author of Adopted Resolution number 238, this representation joins all members of the Senate in congratulating Mr. Vasquez for this very historic and truly remarkable achievement. So, Fronyo, your journey to winning The Voice has been nothing short but extraordinary. From the very first note you sang, you mesmerized us. You mesmerized all of us with your raw talent, captivating stage presence, and ability to connect with the audience in a way that only true artists can. Ngunit higit po sa kahanga-hanga na galing ng ating kababayan sa pagkanta, mas higit po na hindi mapapantayan ang pinamalas niyang pagsisikap, dedikasyon at pagpupursigi para makamit ang panalong ito. Paulit-ulit po niyang napatunayan na sa bawat pagtatanghal, hindi po siya basta-basta umaawit. Ibinubuhos po niya ang kanyang puso at sarili sa bawat kanta. Muli, maraming salamat at higit sa lahat, patunay ang iyong tagumpay, Sopronyo, na world-class talaga ang Pinoy. Dahil sa iyo, mas tumaas pa ang respeto ng buong mundo sa mga OFWs at migranting Pilipino. Mr. President, in his winning performance, Sopronyo sang "A Million Dreams Are Keeping Me Awake." I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. Indeed, Mr. President, with talent, countless hours of practice, sacrifice, unwavering belief in his potential, the strong faith in the Lord, especially that strong faith in the Lord, Sopronyo has turned the ordinary into the extraordinary and proven that dreams do come true. Once again, our heartfelt congratulations to you, Sopronyo. Thank you for sharing your voice with us. We are certain that you will continue to captivate and mesmerize millions of audience worldwide with your talent. Mabuhay ka at maraming salamat. God bless us all, Mr. President.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, a sick a minute suspension, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we ask the OSAA personnel to escort to the rostrum the newly commended police as well as Bucor personnel, and I seek a minute suspension.
Session is suspended, and Chair would like to invite to the rostrum the personnel of the Bureau of Corrections and the Philippine National Police, so that the resolution may be given to you formally. Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 890. This is the bill on the rightsizing the National Government Act of 2022. Mr. President, I retract my previous statement and Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 448 on House Bill number 428. This is the bill declaring the Welfareville property in Mandaluyong City open for disposition to bona fide residents. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure.
An act declaring certain portions of the Welfareville property located in the city of Mandaluyong open for disposition to bona fide residents without public bidding and for other purposes.
Senator Cindy Villar is recognized to sponsor the measure. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, my fellow senators, I rise to sponsor and present Committee Report number 448. This refers to the Welfareville Property Disposition Act of 2025, which seeks to amend Republic Act number 5260, entitled An Act Authorizing a Committee composed of the Administrator of the Social Welfare Administration, the Auditor General, and the Secretary of the Department of General Services to sell the Welfareville property located in the municipality of Mandaluyong, Province of Rizal, and for other purposes enacted in 1968. The committee report is an amendment by substitution of House Bill number 428, taking into consideration House Bill 10015, both of which were authored by Representative Neptali Boyet Gonzales II of the Lone District of Mandaluyong City and refer to the disposition of the Welfareville property in the city of Mandaluyong. The committee report seeks to rationalize the disposition of the Welfareville property to generate proceeds dedicated to programs that advance the welfare of children while ensuring its reasonable use by long-time residential occupants thereof. In 1920, the insular government, through the efforts of Dr. Jose Pabella, who was then the commissioner of the Office of the Public Welfare Commission, now known as DSWD, purchased the Welfareville compound from Philippine Whittaker and Francisco B. Ortigas. The government reserved the property for the establishment of child welfare institution and the improvement of child welfare services in the Philippines. Subsequently, the Philippines supported international movements that promoted children's rights and welfare, like the 1924 Declaration of the Rights of Child, adopted by the League of Nations. During this period, the government also championed social services, public health, education, and social justice initiatives that will later reflect with the Welfare Bill. The Welfare Bill property then emerged as a centralized institution dedicated to vulnerable children and those who were deemed to be at risk. It provided a safe and nurturing environment for the orphans, homeless, neglected, displaced, and abandoned. Those children born of leprous parents, those youth in conflict with the law, the aged, and the infirm, among others. In 1958, however, a study conducted by the United Nations Children's Fund, or UNICEF, showed that the welfare bill facilities were inadequate for the children. It concluded that it had insufficient and poor equipment and was causing over-centralization. Thus, it recommended the decentralization of the welfare bill institutions and its transfer to other sites to serve children in other parts of the country. Following this and the arrangements between the Philippine government and the agencies of the United Nations, including UNICEF and the World Health Organization, Republic Act number 5260 was enacted in 1968. Establishing a trustee committee and authorizing it to sell the welfare bill property through public bidding. The proceeds of the sale of the property shall be exclusively used to purchase land, construct buildings and facilities for the establishment of national children's homes and community service centers, procure essential furniture, equipment, and other necessary resources for the operation and maintenance, and support community-based programs and services for children in various parts of the country. Significantly, the enactment of the law led to a shift from a centralized institutional care, as seen in Welfareville, toward a more community-based approach to child welfare services. Unfortunately, since the enactment of RA 5260 up to the present, the efforts to dispose of the property through public bidding have all been unsuccessful for various reasons. Among others, a large number of urban dwellers amassed over the years and caused significant delay in the disposition of the welfare bill property, which also shows the increasing demand for socialized housing. Mr. President, allow me to paint a picture for you. The size of the welfare bill property is staggering as it encompasses 111 hectares of land at the heart of Mandaluyong City. To put it into perspective, it makes up almost 10% of the 1,100 hectare land area of the city of Mandaluyong. And for over 35 years, Barangay Addition Hills, where the welfare bill property largely sits, remained the most populated area in Mandaluyong. There are approximately 182,000 individuals, or nearly 37,000 households, living in welfare bill. That alone equates to over 1/4 of the Mandaluyong projected population of 525,000 for 2025. Ito ay nakakabahala, kawawa ang sitwasyon ng mga tao, lalo na ang mga bata na nakatira sa welfare bill. Halos taon-taon nagpapabalita na may sunog na nangyayari doon, at ilan sa mga dahilan ay ang overcrowding at matagal na problema sa lupa. Tuwing may public bidding, takot na takot ang mga taga-welfare bill na basta na lang sila mapaalis ng makabili ng lupa. Mahigit 2 dekada na humihingi at nananawagan ang bawat pamilya na mabili nila ng direkta ang katiting na lupang tinatayuan ng kanilang bahay, pero hanggang ngayon wala pa rin silang seguridad. Sa tingin ko, panahon na para pakinggan natin ang daing nila at tuparin ang pangarap nilang magkaroon ng tahanan na masasabi nilang pagmamay-ari nila. Tulungan natin silang makabili sa pamamagitan ng direct sale at hindi ng public bidding. Kung malipat sa kanila ang pagmamay-ari ng lupa, mas makakatulong ang bansa at lokal na pamahalaan na maisaayos ang mga problema ng mga residents sa kalsada, tubig, at bukod dito, nauna nang ipatayo, tubig at kuryente. Bukod dito, naunang ipatayo ang Welfare Bill School na kilala natin ngayon bilang Josefa Bella Memorial School noong 1925 para sa mga bata na may espesyal na pangangailangan. Unti-unti ring naipatayo ang iba pang educational institution, ang Nueva de Febrero Elementary School, Andres Bonifacio Integrated School, mataas na paaralang Neptali A. Gonzales, Addition Hills Integrated School, Mandaluyong Addition Hills Elementary School, Senate President Neptali A. Gonzales Integrated School, at ang Mandaluyong College of Science and Technology. Nakatulong ang mga nasabing paaralan sa halos kalahating milyong bata at sa ngayon ay may 80,000 estudyante ang kasalukuyang nag-aaral sa mga eskwelahang nabanggit. Mr. President, makikita rin sa welfare bill property ang iba pang mga tanggapan ng national government tulad ng National Center for Mental Health na una ang naitayo noong 1925, ang Nayo ng Kabataan, Interagency Council Against Trafficking, Tahanan ng Inyong Pag-asa Center, Josefa Bella Center, at ng Sanctuary Center ng Department of Social Welfare and Development and Department of Health National Capital Region and Metro Manila Center for Health Development din ng DOH, ang Correctional Institution for Women ng Department of Justice, Commission on Population Development ng National Economic and Development Authority, ang mga istasyon ng Philippine National Police at ng Philippine Coast Guard. Bukod dito, nakapagtayo rin ang City of Mandaluyong ng mga infrastructure na nagdadala ng basic public services sa lumipas na mga taon. Marami dito ay napatayo dahil na rin sa initiative ng Congressman Boyet Gonzales II. Ito ay may mga medical na facility, multipurpose building, daycare centers, flea market, fire station, basketball courts, at iba pang local facilities gaya ng Manpower Training Center, Hardin ng Pag-asa, and Project Teach. Sa sitwasyon po ng welfare bill ngayon na may residential urban dwellers at mga tanggapan at facility ng national and local government na naghahatid ng basic public services, napakahirap na po itong maibenta through public bidding na ayon sa RA 5260. Mr. President, this is a lingering challenge or uncertainty existing for almost 60 years now. The Welfare Bill Property Disposition Act of 2025 will address these long-standing challenges in the disposition of the property. The key provisions are: first, the bill provides for the disposition of the welfare property through two distinct modes. Number one, direct sale of lands actually used for residential purposes without public bidding to actual and qualified residential applicants thereof, pursuant to Act Number 3038 in relation to RA 730. And number two, conveyance of lands actually occupied and used for public use or purpose to concerned government entities pursuant to Section 8, Book 1 of Executive Order Number 292 or the Administrative Code of 1987. Second, it incorporates safeguards to ensure that the policy objectives of the bill are upheld. Land used for residential purposes that were acquired by the beneficiaries shall not be subject to encumbrance or alienation for a period of 10 years. Through this long-term, residents will be given the opportunity to enjoy land tenure and security under fair and reasonable conditions. On the other hand, the lands that were issued with deeds of conveyance to the concerned government entities shall not be disposed of unless it is sanctioned by Congress. In this way, we are assured that the delivery of essential and basic public services will not be hampered. Third, a survey will be conducted by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources in coordination with the relevant national government agencies and the local government of the City of Mandaluyong to determine the actual boundaries, including actual possession and improvements thereon. Fourth, this bill will require a harmonious collaboration among the trustee committee, which shall be principally chaired by the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the Mayor of the City of Mandaluyong as its co-chair to ensure the efficient and effective implementation. Lastly, and more importantly, a dedicated fund to be known as the Welfare Bill Children's Welfare Fund will be established to promote the welfare and development of the children. The proceeds from the disposition of the property will accrue to the fund and will be administered by the DSWD. The historical background of welfare bill property and the continued challenges faced by the Filipino children emphasize the need for a dedicated fund. Through this, we could support existing child welfare agencies, develop and strengthen community-based initiatives, invest in facilities such as shelters, schools, and healthcare centers, and provide for the targeted needs of the orphaned, abandoned, neglected, or abused, those in conflict with the law, those with disabilities, indigenous children and children from vulnerable communities, children affected by natural disasters or crises, and children from low-income families or disadvantaged backgrounds, among others. In closing, the core principle of RA 5260 remain relevant today. However, the approach to child welfare has evolved from institutional care to a more community-based approach as envisioned in RA 5260. This bill represents a novel framework toward our commitment to improve child welfare services. Moreover, this bill promotes sustainable urban land reform by directly addressing the needs of the informal settler families who do not have land tenure security. This is crucial given that welfare bill property prime location in Metro Manila, which presents a significant potential for urban development. Until the very end, our community is dedicated to ensure that the property's disposition is adaptable to the changing times, guided by our learnings from the past and the principles of RA 5260. Thus, as we proceed, we are appealing to you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues, to help us finally realize the true intent of this bill. I urge you to support this novel legislative measure. We welcome your wisdom and valuable insights as we move forward with the bill's deliberation. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator Villar.
President.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, may I just be allowed to, instead of delivering my co-sponsorship speech, that this co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records, Mr. President. And just to put on record also, Mr. President, that I've been to Welfareville several times, countless times, primarily because of our dear colleague, former colleague, our mentor, former majority leader, the OG of the House of Representatives, Congressman Boyet Gonzales, who is here with us today. And he was also a mentor who would keep on reminding this representation that there are times that you really just have to insert into the records your co-sponsorship speech. So I will do that, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Villanueva is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
President, Senator De La Rosa is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator De La Rosa is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear colleagues, today I co-sponsor House Bill number 428 under Committee Report number 448, which aims to dispose of the welfare bill property in Mandaluyong to its bona fide residents. I wish to begin by commending the chairperson of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Senator Cynthia Villar. Republic Act number 5260, which authorized the sale of the welfare bill property through public bidding, was approved on June 15, 1968. 6 na taon lang po ang tanda ko sa nasabing Republic Act. Pero sa tagal ng panahon, ngayon nga po ako ay senior citizen na, ay hindi naman na-implement ang batas na ito. This is why today, we commend the Committee on Environment for the swift decisiveness with which this issue has been dealt. It is not only the swiftness and decisiveness that I wish to highlight, Mr. President. Gusto ko rin bigyan diin na sa ilalim ng panukalang batas na ito, matutugunan na natin ang hinaing ng mga residente ng welfare bill na matagal nang nagnanais na magkaroon ng kasiguraduhan ang paninirahan doon. We are giving the bona fide residents the exclusive right to purchase the welfare bill property through a direct negotiated sale. Article 2, Section 5 of the 1987 Constitution states, the maintenance of peace and order, the protection of life, liberty, and property, and promotion of the general welfare are essential for the enjoyment by all the people of the blessings of democracy. Today, Mr. President, as we sponsor House Bill number 428, what lies before us is yet another opportunity for the state to fulfill this policy. Huwag sana nating paabutin na maging mala senior citizen na rin ang pag-aabang at paghihintay ng ating mga kapatid sa welfare bill. Because after all, Mr. President, the right to property is not a matter of urgency. It is a matter of necessity. Let us help Welfareville to be true to its name, Mr. President, and let us do what is necessary for the welfare of our people. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator J.V. Ejercito is seeking the floor.
Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, this representation would also like to have my co-sponsorship speech be inserted in the records. Of course, Mandaluyong is our neighbor, and we're very much familiar with the Welfareville compound, and I think it's about time that it be developed, no? So that para hindi na taon-taon na, Mr. President, nagkakaroon ng sunog, para ngayon may ayos na talaga. Hopefully we can redevelop the area, talagang urban renewal, and of course with our former majority leader in the House of the Representatives, a good friend, Congressman Boyd Gonzales, spearheading this together with the local government. Of course, we will be supportive of this effort by our neighbors, no? And likewise, parang hindi na rin po iba ang mga taga Mandaluyong. In fact, yung barangay captain po nila is a good friend also, si Kapitan Cernal. Of course, sila Mayor Abalos and the rest, no, are already our what we can consider as family and neighbors already, Mr. President. So I'd like to be a co-sponsor of this measure, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Ejercito is hereby inserted into the records. Likewise, this representation would also like his co-sponsorship speech as a neighboring city of San Juan also be inserted into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this representation would likewise associate himself with the measure proposed by Senator Villar. I truly believe that the welfare bill's distribution would promote social justice and equity, Mr. President. Nung high school po ako, Mr. President, sinasabi ko kay Deputy Majority Leader Neftali Gonzales na kami po ay naglilinis linggo-linggo sa welfare bill. Dahil doon po ako nag-high school sa Lourdes School of Mandaluyong. Kaya ang assignment ko, tigawalis po nung gate ng welfare bill. I have three reasons, Mr. President. One, I mentioned the promotion of social justice and equity. Number two, the land distribution scheme under the proposed measure would guarantee the residents the legal right to occupy and develop their homes. This would reduce the threat of eviction and displacement. And number three, Mr. President, as a former MMDA chairman, I truly believe that distributing land in Welfareville can be a key to urban renewal and inclusive growth, not just in Mandaluyong City, but in the entire Metro Manila area. By integrating residents into the legal frameworks, the government can promote inclusive urban planning, ensuring future developments prioritize the needs of existing communities while addressing infrastructure and public service requirements. Distributing land in Welfareville is not just a matter of policy, it is a moral obligation to uplift the community, especially in Mandaluyong, and reduce inequality and create a more equitable society. Having said the same, Mr. President, I associate again myself with the sponsor of House Bill number 428 under committee report number 448. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Yes, the Deputy Minority Leader is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Kaisa po ng good sponsor, si Senator Cynthia, at yung kanilang counterpart sa House of Representatives na si Representative Boyat Gonzales. At kaisa din po sa ilang mga kapapahayag lamang ngayon ng good majority leader. Nais ko pong hilingin ang karangalan na maituring bilang co-author at co-sponsor nito. Higit sa lahat, kaisa ng pagtataguyod natin dito sa Senado sa karapatan ng bawat Pilipino at karapatan ng bawat tao sa makataong pamumuhay at sa urban planning at livable cities. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senador Risa Ontiveros. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 428.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 890. This is the bill on the rightsizing the National Government Act of 2022.
Is there an objection?
So moved, Mr. President.
Hearing none, resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to recognize the sponsor, our Senate President, the Honorable Francis Chis Escudero.
Our Senate President is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our distinguished Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, after delivering the sponsorship speech on Senate Bill number 890 last 18 December 2024, this representation conducted a consultative meeting on the subject matter on January 7, 2025. Furthermore, the DBM submitted an updated executive version of the bill, while stakeholders such as the GCG, Pag-ibig, Civil Service Commission, and the various government employee unions, associations, and alliances also submitted their respective position papers. Therefore, Mr. President, before we start the period of interpellation on this measure, this representation wishes to manifest that I intend to introduce an amendment by substitution during the period of amendments without prejudice to my fellow senators asking questions on the amendment by substitution. I have also sent an advanced copy of the said amendment by substitution to the members of this august chamber through their respective chiefs of staff and chief legislative officers last Thursday, January 16, 2025. Hence, with the permission of our colleagues, Mr. President, with the permission of the body as well, may I move that we close the period of interpolation so that we can open the period of amendment for the purpose of introducing this amendment by substitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
May I now move to open the period of amendments, and for this purpose, Mr. President, may I move in accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, to amend Senate Bill number 890 by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendment by substitution as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service and distributed through email to the offices of the senators earlier today, January 20, 2025. Further, may I also move that the text thereof be considered as being deemed read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendments by substitution? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
Mr. President, before seeking to suspend consideration of the measure, I move that we once again resume the period of interpellation at the proper time when this bill is once again called for plenary debates. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move, Mr. President, we suspend further consideration of Senate Bill number 890. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none,
Right side.
the motion is hereby approved.
Same.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2821 under Committee Report number 320. This is the bill on the Accelerated and Reformed Right-of-Way Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2821 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar. I so move, Mr. President.
The senator from Las Piñas hereby recognized, Senator Mark Villar.
Mr. President, this representation would like to inform the body that the lead agency for the proposed measure made a further review of Senate Bill number 2821 under Committee Report number 320, also known as the ARROW Act, and submitted further proposals as well in order to help speed up the right-of-way acquisition process for various important infrastructure projects. Therefore, this representation wishes to manifest before this august chamber that as chairperson of the subcommittee on right-of-way, this representation will introduce an amendment in the nature of a substitute. This shall be made without prejudice to my colleagues asking questions during the period of amendments. I have also sent an advance notice that's January 16, 2025 to my dear colleagues' respective offices on my intent to file an amendment in the nature of a substitution to Senate Bill number 2821 under Committee Report number 320, as well as an advance copy of the proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute. To give the body a brief overview, the amendment is in the nature of a substitute will include amendments which seeks to provide budgetary fiscal space for implementing agencies and to accelerate the right-of-way acquisition process.
Majority Leader? Where is the Majority Leader?
Mr. President, pursuant to the manifestation of the Subcommittee on Right-of-Way and with the consent of the body, I move that we close the period of interpellations on Senate Bill number 2821. Again, this is without prejudice to the members of this chamber asking questions during the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments to recognize again the main sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
An objection? The period of amendments is in order. Senator Mark Villar is recognized for his individual amendments. Please proceed.
In accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, in this representation seeks to amend by substitution Senate Bill number 2821 under Committee Report number 320. This amendment by substitution seeks to address the further concerns of the lead agency on budgetary fiscal space for right-of-way acquisition, expediting the right-of-way acquisition process, and other matters. With that, Mr. President, I move that we amend the bill by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendments by substitution as filed with the legislative bills and index service, and advance copies distributed through email to the offices of the senators on last January 16, 2025. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection to the proposed amendments by substitution? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved. Majority Leader?
Suspend. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2821. So moved, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 438 on Senate Bill number 2920. This is the bill amending Republic Act 7309 or an act creating the Board of Claims under the Department of Justice. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move to consider Senate Bill number 2920 under Committee Report 438.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2920 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act amending Republic Act number 7309 entitled An Act Creating a Board of Claims under the Department of Justice for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to deliver his sponsorship speech. I move to recognize the birthday celebrant, Mr. President.
The Minority Leader is recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, Today, I rise to sponsor Senate Bill number 2920 under Committee Report number 438, an act amending Republic Act number 7309 entitled An Act Creating a Board of Claims under the Department of Justice for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes and for other purposes. It is serendipitous that we should put this matter into our order of business because in the recently concluded Metro Manila Film Festival, the top two films, namely Green Bones, directed by Zig Dulay, and The Kingdom, directed by Michael Tuviera, share a common theme. But I'm not going to spoil the movies to those who haven't seen them, but just to assure our kababayans that their leaders listen to our artists, my takeaway from the aforementioned films is the theme of restorative justice, which is also the theme of this instant measure. Restorative justice is a concept usually applied in criminal punishments. As defined in Philippine law, it is the principle which requires a process of resolving conflicts with the maximum involvement of the victim, the offender, and the community. It seeks to obtain reparation for the victim, reconciliation of the offender, the offended, and the community, and reassurance to the offender that he or she can be reintegrated into society. It also enhances public safety by activating the offender, the victim, and the community in prevention strategies. In short, we want justice to be served. And the people who are unjustly accused, convicted, and imprisoned but released by virtue of an acquittal, or unjustly detained and released without being charged, or a victim of arbitrary or illegal detention and released without being charged, or a victim and a victim of a violent crime deserve justice as well, and this has been recognized in Republic Act number 7309. This law created the Board of Claims under the Office of the Secretary of Justice. This was created in 1992 to implement the Victims' Compensation Program of the national government. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the time is ripe for an upgrade. This measure seeks to amend RA 7309 to widen the coverage in the spirit of liberality, generosity, and fairness. In particular, the proposed measure aims to, number one, increase the amount of compensation from 1,000 per month to 10,000 per month for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention. Number two, increase the maximum amount of compensation that the Board of Claims may approve in all the other cases, from 10,000 pesos to 50,000 pesos, or the amount necessary to reimburse the claimant the expenses incurred for hospitalization, medical treatment, loss of wage, loss of support, and other expenses directly related to the injury, whichever is higher. Number three, we will lengthen the period within which the victims could file a claim from 6 months to 1 year after being released from imprisonment or detention, or from the date the victim suffered damage or injury. And number four, we will allow the person to file his or her claim remotely, subject to the rules and regulations which shall be promulgated by the Board of Claims. So more than ever, the Filipino people must be reminded that we are a country of laws and not of men. We are neither a kingdom ruled by a tyrannical monarch nor a penal colony that ignores the humanity of those under their custody. We live in a country where no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of the laws. So, my dear colleagues, let us claim the fruits of this measure. Let us claim the greatest good for the greatest number. Let us claim justice for all. Thus, support for this measure is earnestly sought. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and esteemed colleagues, this is to co-sponsor the measure. It is a great joy and honor and privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2920 under Committee Report number 438, or an act creating a board of claims under the Department of Justice for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes and for other purposes. Mr. President, let me first of all thank the good sponsor of the measure. We'd like to commend the sponsor, our distinguished colleague, our hardworking minority leader who is also celebrating his birthday today, Senator Coco Pimentel. Again, for his hard work in pushing for this very important piece of legislation and for considering our bill, Senate Bill number 1607, in crafting this piece of legislation. Mr. President, Republic Act number 7309, which was passed into law over 30 years ago, Mr. President, is the enabling law that provides for a system of compensation to those who were unjustly detained or imprisoned, and those who were victims of violent crimes. Mr. President, through the Board of Claims, the Senate provides reparations and support to victims and individuals whose lives have been unjustly disrupted. Kanina nga po, Ginoong Pangulo, pinag-uusapan natin ng mga kasamahan natin dito sa Senate Lounge with Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Grace Po, and others, ang kahalagahan ng panukalang batas na to. Because, Mr. President, under the current law, victims are entitled to 1,000, just 1,000 pesos for each month of unjust detention or imprisonment. But in no case higher than 10,000 pesos. While the minimum compensation of 1,000 pesos per month may be adequate in 1992, Mr. President, such amount is obviously not enough considering the rise in prices over 30 years, Mr. President, since the law was enacted. The goods that could be bought with such amount will now cost around 4,700 pesos, as study says, Mr. President. Mr. President, the proposed measure aims to increase the amount of compensation to victims and the extension of period to file claims, as well as the insertion of a provision for the remote filing of claims. Through these amendments, Mr. President, the Board of Claims will be able to better fulfill its mission. We have been coordinating with them for quite some time, and again, we thank the good sponsor for swiftly taking action in this particular bill that this representation had been pushing. With this, Mr. President, it is with great fervor that we are pushing for the passage of this very important measure. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at maraming salamat sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. May God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Rafi Tulfo is likewise seeking the floor for a brief manifestation. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to manifest my support for Senate Bill 2920, which I have requested to be made a co-author of. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, sa mahigit 20 taon ko sa public service bilang broadcaster, hindi na po mabilang ang lumapit sa akin dahil sa hindi makatarungang pagkakakulong at walang basihang pagdetene sa kanila. Hanggang ngayon po sa aking programa, halos linggo-linggo meron pong nagrereklamo ng ganyan. Maling pag-aakusa sa kanila, pagplanta ng mga ebidensya at kung ano-ano pa. Kaya alam ko po ang ibig sabihin ng panukalang batas na ito sa mga tao, lalo sa mga mahirap at walang kapangyarihan. Noong nakaraang taon lang, halimbawa, may kaso sa programa ko kung saan sinugod ng mga pulis ang isang bahay ng walang dalang warrant. Hindi naka-uniforme, naka-bonnet pa. At hindi sumunod sa mga patakaran ng search and seizure ng PNP. Ano nangyari? Ang kinulong pa ang may-ari ng bahay dahil sila ay lumaban kahit di naman naka-uniforme yung mga sumugod sa bahay nila. At nung sumunod ang anak ng biktima sa kulungan upang kumustahin ang kanyang ama, kinulong din ang anak. Ngayon, sila pa ang kinasuhan at nakulong. Nakagalit po talaga ang mga ganitong kaganapan. Hindi kailangang maging henyo para malaman ng biktima ng mga ganitong pangyari ay mga may hirap at walang kapit. Kung ating tawagin, walang pambayad sa mamahaling abogado. At dagdag pa sa dagok sa kanila, kadalasan mga biktima ay wala namang perang pambayad ng piyansa. Mr. President, hindi lang ang biktima apektado sa mga ganitong unjust imprisonment and detention. Ang buong pamilya nila ay apektado dahil nawawalan sila ng tatay, nanay, kuya, ate, lolo at lola. Mga taong taga-alaga ng mga bata o matanda at mga taong kumakayod sana para sa pamilya. Sa panahong nakakulong ang mga biktima, nawawalan ng panggastos sa mga pangangailangan ng mga pamilya. Kaya panahon na talaga na itaas ang award sa batas na ito. I would like to commend the good sponsor in improving the filing of claims by extending it from 6 months to 1 year. Malaking tulong po ito sa mga biktima na wala namang kakayanan na mag-asikaso ng mabilisan ng mga requirements para sa claim. At maraming salamat at magkakaroon na din ng remote filing of claims upang mas mapadali ito sa mga biktima na nasa malayong lugar. This bill embodies my favorite quote from President Ramon Magsaysay. Those who have less in life should have more in law. And so, this bill has my full support. Again, I commend our very dear sponsor, Senator Coco Pimentel, for pushing this bill. Itong panukalang batas na ito ay tunay na para sa pinakaapi sa ating lipunan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rafi, for your co-sponsorship remarks. Majority Leader. I see Senator Padilla raising his hand.
Mr. President, Senator Padilla is likewise seeking the floor to deliver a manifestation.
Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. Isa pong karangalan para sa akin ang tumindig ngayong hapon upang maging kapwa-sponsor ng Senate Bill number 2920 sa ilalim ng ulat ng Komite numero 438 na siyempre po ay pinangungunahan po ng ating idolo, pinunong minorya, Chairman, Senador Coco Pimentel. Malalim po ang kahulugan para sa akin ng pag-usad ng panukalang ito sapagkat ang inisyatiba po upang taasan ng kompensasyon ng sinumang makararanas ng unjust imprisonment o detention. Kung naalala po ng bulwagang ito nung nakaraang taon, ay isinama po natin dito mismo si Tatay Muhammad Makaantal Said. 62 taong gulang po na naging biktima ng mistaken identity. Ilang buwan po ang ginugol ng aming tanggapan upang subaybayan ang kahinatnan ng kaso ni Tatay Muhammad na nakulong po ng ilang buwan sa maximum security prison dahil sa mga kasong hindi niya ginawa. Kung kaya naman po, labis ang aking pasasalamat sapagkat ang pagsusulong po natin ng panukalang batas na ito dito sa ating kagalang-galang na bulwagan ay ating inaalay sa mga tulad ni Tatay Muhammad. Pagkakamali man o sinadya, hindi naman po kalabisan kung maigagawad natin ang karampatang kompensasyon sa ating mga pinagkasalahan. Sa ganitong pamamaraan rin po, ay mas maaasahan natin mula sa ating otoridad at alagad ng batas ang pagiging maingat sa pagpapatupad ng kanilang tungkulin. Muli po, aking mga kasama, napakarami pong mga Muslim ang nagkakaroon ng ganitong kaso na mistaken identity. Mulit-muli po, maraming salamat po kay Senador Chairman Coco Pimentel at sa buong committee sa pagbibigay ng atensyon sa ating panukala. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Mr. President,
Majority
I
Leader.
move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2920.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee report number... I retract again my statement, Mr. President. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
The Secretary is directed to comply, to read the reference of business.
Reference of business, messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 14 January 2025, it designated Representatives Romulo, Remulla, Chan, Solon, and Castro as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 4896 and Senate Number 2872, declaring the 16th day of May of every year special working holiday to be known as the National Education Support Personnel Day, mandating the Department of Education, the Commission on Higher Education, to lead in its observance and appropriating funds therefore.
Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 14 January 2025, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 11042, granting a franchise to the First Laguna Electric Cooperative to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in Cavinti, Pagsanhan, Lumban, Kalayaan, Paete, Pakil, Pangil, Sinaloan, Fami, Mabitac, and Santa Maria, Province of Laguna.
Public Services.
House Number 11108, declaring the city of Cagayan de Oro as the whitewater rafting capital of the Philippines.
Tourism.
House Number 11199, we're organizing the National Economic Development Authority into the Department of Economy, Planning, and Development and reconstituting the NEDA Board into the Economy Development Council, repealing for the purpose Executive Order Number 230 series of 1987 and amending Executive Number 292 series of 1987 and appropriating funds therefore.
Rules.
Resolution. Proposed Senate Resolution 1280, honoring and celebrating the lives, legacy, and ministry of Apostle Arsenio Tan Ferriol and the Apostle Jonathan Santos Ferriol, esteemed leaders of the Pentecostal Missionary Church of Christ, Fort Watch, on the occasion of their birthdays on January 14. Senator Go.
Rules.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. Senate Number 2921. An act reverting the management and full control of the land, buildings, equipment, and other improvements of the Quezon City Velodrome to the local government of Quezon City from the Philippine Sports Commission, amending RA 6847 or the Philippine Sports Commission Act for other purposes. Senator Tolentino.
Sports and local government.
2922, an act ensuring the fundamental equality of men and women on laws relating to crimes against chastity, amending for the purpose Article 333 and repealing Article 334 of Act 3815, the revised penal code, and for other purposes. Senator Ontiveros.
Women, children, family relations, and gender equality, and justice and human rights.
Senate Number 2923, mandating the Philippine Postal Corporation to adopt a modernized zone improvement plan code system. Senator Escudero.
Government corporations and public enterprises and local government.
Senate Number 2924, an act establishing the Philippine Scam Prevention Center and providing funds therefore. Senator Villar M.
Banks, financial institutions, and currencies, justice and human rights, and finance.
2925, establishing a regular campus of Cebu Normal University in Central Cebu City to be known as the Cebu Normal University Central Cebu City Campus, appropriating funds therefore for other purposes. Senator Villar C.
Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report 449, submitted by the Committee on Public Services upon the recommendation of its subcommittee on the Davao Light and Power Company, Inc. franchise area expansion on House Number 11072. An act including Tagum City, the island garden city of Samal, and the municipalities of Asuncion, Capalong, New Corella, San Isidro, and Talaingod in the province of Davao del Norte, and Maco in the province of Davao de Oro to the franchise area of the Davao Light and Power Company, Inc., amending for the purpose RA 11515, an act extending for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Davao Light and Power Company, Inc. under RA 8960. An act further extending the term of the franchise granted to Davao Light and Power Company, Inc. to construct, operate, and maintain electric light, heat, and power system in Davao City and in the municipalities of Carmen, Panabo, Duhali, and Santo Tomas, province of Davao del Norte, for a period of 25 years and for other purposes, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, taking into consideration Senate number 2888, sponsor Senator Zubiri.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
450, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Local Government on Senate number 2926 with Senators Marcos, De La Rosa, and Ejercito as authors. An act increasing the compulsory age of retirement for officers and non-officers of the PNP from 56 years old to 57 years old. Amending for the purpose Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2758 and 2919, sponsor Senator De La Rosa.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders committee report number 450 on Senate Bill number 2926. This is the bill increasing the compulsory retirement age of retirement for officers and non-commissioned officers of the Philippine National Police. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2926 under committee report number 450.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2926 now in order. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bill without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act increasing the compulsory age of retirement for officers and non-officers of the Philippine National Police from 56 years old to 57 years old. Amending for the purpose Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Ronald De La Rosa, Chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, it is on account of a need for harmony that I sponsor Senate Bill number 2926 under Committee Report number 450, an act increasing the compulsory age of retirement for officers and non-officers of the Philippine National Police from 56 years old to 57 years old, amending for the purpose Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended. Noong May 17, 2023, Mr. President, Republic Act number 11939 was signed into law. Sa ilalim ng bagong batas na ito, ang compulsory retirement age ng ating mga enlisted personnel ng Armed Forces of the Philippines ay hindi na 56, kundi 57 years old na. Nakita ng ating Philippine National Police ang pagbabagong ito at kanilang napagtanto na hindi maaaring ang PNP ay mauunang magretiro sa ating mga military personnel. Those who have sworn to defend our national sovereignty should retire at the same time as those who have sworn to defend, keep the peace, and enforce the law in our communities. Isa lamang dapat ang kanilang galaw dahil iisa lang din naman ang kanilang hangarin, isang payapa at maayos na bansa. It may be recalled that this proposal to extend the compulsory retirement age of the PNP from 56 to 57 was included in the bill seeking organizational reforms for the PNP, sponsored by this representation. However, Since it was vetoed by the President, we have deemed it necessary to prioritize at least this one proposal. After all, the very principle of harmony demands it. And what good will such adherence to harmony do anyway? Mr. President, if we extend the compulsory retirement age, we are also extending the service of those most experienced among us. Sila na mas may karanasan, madalas sila rin ang mas may karunungan. The entire force, especially the younger, the fresher recruits, will surely stand to benefit from those who have been around the longest. Our communities too will gain much from this change, from a PNP that runs on wisdom, not just of time, but of experience. Thus, we can never undermine a measure that deals with retirement. Because when one thinks about it, retirement is not just a matter of time, it is a matter of length of service. Kung ang isang brand ng kape ay nagtanong dati, para kanino ka bumabangon? Ang usapin ng retirement ay nagtatanong, hanggang kailan? Hanggang 56 lang? O hahabaan mo pa? Bibigyan mo pa ng isa pang taon? One more year to serve. One more year to contribute to the safety and security of Filipino communities. Let us give this to our PNP personnel the same way that we give it to our military personnel. Such is the growth that we envision, Mr. President, if we heed this call for establishing harmony. It is a small thing, but when these small things come together, it becomes a grand and integrated whole. The PNP saw this vision, and I also saw it, which is why I am now acting for the passage of this measure. It is my fervent hope, Mr. President, that this august chamber sees it too. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, just for the record, this representation is associating himself with the sponsorship speech just delivered by the Honorable Senator De La Rosa. Mr. President.
Yes, this representation would also like to insert his co-sponsorship speech into the records. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President. Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Mig Subiri would likewise like to have their co-sponsorship speeches be inserted in the records for Senate Bill number 2920. 2926.
The co-sponsorship speeches of Senators Zubiri and Padilla are hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2926.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, the Senate President Pro Temp would like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech for Senate Bill number 2920.
The co-sponsorship speech of this representation is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 449 on House Bill number 11072. This is the bill on the franchise area expansion of the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated. I so move, Mr. President.
In objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 11072 under Committee Report number 449.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 11072 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof. Please proceed.
anak including Tagum City, the island garden city of Samal, in the municipalities of Asuncion, Capalong, Ñocorela, San Isidro, and Talaingod in the province of Davao del Norte, and the municipality of Maco in the province of Davao de Oro to the franchise area of the Davao Light and Power Company, Inc., amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11515, anak extending for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Davao Light and Power Company, Inc., under Republic Act number 8960, entitled An Act further extending the term of the franchise granted to Davao Light and Power Company, Inc., to construct, operate, and maintain an electric light, heat, and power system in Davao City and the municipalities of Carmen, Panabo, Duhali, and Santo Tomas, province of Davao del Norte, for a period of 25 years and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, move to recognize Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, Chairman of the Subcommittee on the Franchise Area Expansion of the Davao Light and Power Company, Inc., to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga kababayan, sa ating mga kasamahan sa Senado. Mr. President, allow me to begin by thanking Senator Raffy Tulfo, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, for graciously granting our request to create a subcommittee for this measure, expanding the franchise area of Davao Light and Power Company, and designating us as the subcommittee chair. Bilang isa pong taga Mindanao, sanay na po ako sa mga blackout. Natatawa na lang po kami sa inis dahil kahit na mas mahal ang kuryente dun sa Mindanao kaysa dito sa Maynila, mas madalas pa ang makaranas kami ng brownout doon sa lugar namin. Biro mo, Mr. President, mahal na nga ang presyo ng kuryente, brownout pa. Napakalaking problema po nito ngayon sa ilang bahagi ng Davao Region. Taga Bukidnon po ako, and our neighbors with the Davao Region, where we share one heart with the Davao Region. Kaya alam ko pong laganap ang power interruptions na ating mga kapitbahay doon sa Davao del Norte at Davao de Oro. Siyempre, kapag walang kuryente, wala rin kita, walang trabaho, at walang pagkain na mauuwi ng ating mga kababayan. Bagsak ang ekonomiya at lugmok ang pamilya. Ang masaklap, Mr. President, kahit ganito ang lagay nila doon, napakalaki pa rin ng bayarin nila sa kuryente. We have heard from numerous stakeholders in the Davao region, local government officials, business sector, constituents, even the medical community, and a great number of them feel that their current situation under Nordeco, or the Northern Davao Electric Cooperative, is no longer tenable. They can no longer afford to be burdened by soaring electricity rates, for which they get unreliable services in return. Time and time again, they have prodded their distributor to improve their services and provide truly reliable, affordable electricity. And time again, Nordeco has come short in its attempts to effectively address their clients' needs. Ang mahirap pa dito, mga kapatid, habang nilulunok ng mga kababayan natin ang pangit na serbisyo at mataas na presyo ng kuryente, nakikita rin nila ang kanilang mga kapitbahay na sakop ng Davao Light, na nag-e-enjoy dahil sa mas mababa nga ang bayarin nila sa kuryente, mas maaasahan pa ang natatanggap nilang serbisyo. There are situations, Mr. President, and this was told to us in the committee where all stakeholders were present, including Nordeco, na may isang kalsada, Mr. President, isang kalsada. Yung isang one side, Davao Power ang provider. The other side is Nordeco. Davao Light pala ang nagpapaganap na kuryente doon. Yung kabilang side, Nordeco. Dito sa kabilang side sa Nordeco, nagba-brownout ng ilang oras. Doon sa kabila, biro mo pagitan lang isang kalsada, Mr. President. One street. When you cross the street, kuryente, mas mura. Dito sa kabila, brownout, mas mahal pa ang kuryente. Ang iba nga daw, nagtatap na lang sa kabila. Pero pag nakikita nila yung mga spaghetti wire, nagagalit si Nordeco daw, pinuputulan ka agad nila ang linya para siguro gusto po ng mga kababayan natin doon, Mr. President, na magkaroon din ng magandang serbisyo at murang serbisyo. Biro mong pagitan mo lang isang kalsadang maliit. So, Mr. President, Davao Light at the moment serves Davao City and parts of Davao del Norte. and other parts of which are under the other part of which is under Nordeco. Kaya naman talagang nakukumpara ng mga taga Davao del Norte ang serbisyo na natatanggap nila mula sa kanilang distributors. Depending on the month, Mr. President, I think these are very clear numbers. Depending on the month, Davao Light charges anywhere from 2 pesos to 5 pesos less than Nordeco per kilowatt hour. Let me repeat that, Your Honor. It charging 2 pesos to 5 pesos less than Nordeco per kilowatt hour. For a concrete comparison, nandyan po, for concrete comparison, last November 2024, Nordeco consumers were paying 12 pesos and 61.5 centavos per kilowatt hours. Nandyan po sa screen. Yung Davao Light consumers were paying 9 pesos and 11 centavos per kilowatt hour, or difference of 3 pesos and 50 centavos. 3 pesos and 50 centavos. Last November lang po ito, Mr. President, sa Davao region. So let's say a household consumes about 200 kilowatts in a month. Yan yung parang poor households, yung talagang marginalized households. 200 kilowatts per hour in a month. That 3 pesos and 50 centavos per kilowatt hour is 700 pesos worth of saved electricity. Yan yung savings nila po, Mr. President. 700 pesos para sa marginalized sector, para sa ating mga daily wage earner, mga subsistence workers and small and small business owners. Malaking bagay po yan, Mr. President. Malaking diferensya po yan para sa ating mga kababayan na pwede sanang may tabi bilang ipon o magamit sa iba pang gastusin tulad ng bigas, itong 700 pesos na savings. But apart from the rates, we can also compare their performance looking at their System Average Interruption Duration Index, or more commonly called SAID. Yan ang System Average Interruption Duration Index. Ito po ang average na tagal ng blackout na dinadaranas ng mga consumer. Ito yung tagal. For Davao Light, they said their SAID is 209 minutes per year. In other words, throughout the year, there's about an average of 209 minutes of brownout. That's about less than 4 hours. Mga 3.5 hours po yan. 3 hours and 45 minutes, more or less. Less than 4 hours, Mr. President. Yan yung 209 minutes of power interruptions in a year. Nordeco, however, has a SAID of 242 minutes, but not per year, it is per month. So that is 4 hours a month ang kanilang brownout every month. So tingnan nyo po, Davao Light is 209 minutes per year. Yung SAID, yung sa Nordeco po, it is 242 per month. So yung isa 4 hours a year, yung isa 4 hours a month. This is the data coming from no other than the Department of Energy, Mr. President. Hindi po natin ginawa itong data na to. Galing po to sa Department of Energy. We can also look at their SAIFI. Ito po yung frequency index. Yung kung gaano kadalas ang bilang ng blackout na dinadaranas ng consumer. Gaano kadalas, Mr. President? How many times in a week? How many times in a year? How many times in a month? Davao Light has a SAIFI of 3.1 power failures or brownouts in a year. That's the average. Nordeco has 4.99. Lagyan na natin sa 5. 5 brownouts every month. Per month yun. Very poor performance when it comes to NEA-run electric cooperatives, Mr. President. Halos 5 beses po yung blackout nila sa isang buwan lamang ang problema ng Nordeco. These are remarkably poor numbers, especially given the high power rates that consumers have to shoulder. Maintindihan siguro natin kung mataas ang singil, pero maganda naman ang serbisyo, pero hindi naman ganun ang nangyayari. Mataas na nga ang singil, pangit pang serbisyo. I do not want to downplay Nordeco's invaluable contributions to their franchise area. Certainly, they have played a big part in the development of Davao de Oro and Davao del Norte, particularly in terms of rural electrification. But Mr. President, a franchise is a privilege, not a right. No one is entitled to it. It is granted by Congress upon our evaluation of the services that an applicant can provide to our people. Supreme Court already rendered a ruling in Ileco 1 et al. Versus Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin. And it says, and it laid down its final words on this, ruling that possession of franchises is not a constitutionally protected right. It must be evaluated in the interest of the common good. So ibig sabihin, the right is granted to you on the interest of the common good. Once a company, in this case an electric cooperative, has been granted a franchise, then they must be able to deliver on their promise that they must meet the terms set under the franchise. If they fail to do so, Mr. President, then we will have no other recourse but to reconsider their franchise. Ngayon po, effectively, may bagong aplikante na nagsasabing kaya nilang magbigay ng mas maayos na serbisyo at mas mababang presyo ng kuryente sa ating mga kababayan dun sa Davao Region. And judging by Davao Light's performance in their current franchise area of Davao City and parts of Davao del Norte, I think we can trust that they will be able to walk the talk. Private distribution utilities, meanwhile, usually offer lower electricity rates, have more reliable power service, and are more efficiently managed. We can see this in their system losses and their lower SAIDI and SAIFI. On top of that, they pay taxes both to the national and local governments and do not receive grants, subsidies, or donations from the national government. Ika nga, saan ka pa? Diba po, Mr. President? We have seen the success of more power in Iloilo and have every hope that we will see the same success if we give Davao Light a chance to serve more parts of Davao Region. As such, we are now pushing for the expansion of the franchise area to cover the cities of Tagum, Samal, the municipalities of Asuncion, Kapalong, New Corella, San Isidro, Talangingod in Davao del Norte, and the municipality of Maco in Davao de Oro. With cheaper and more reliable rates in these areas, they will be able to welcome more investors, especially since Davao City is getting crowded with investors, and now more of them are beginning to look outward for new opportunities. Marami naman talagang gustong mag-invest sa Davao del Norte at Davao de Oro. Kung hindi lang sana po malaking hadlang ang presyo at serbisyo ng kuryente. Alam mo, bilang negosyante, myself as a businessman, Mr. President, yan ang napakalaking talagang factor sa isang lugar. Of course, reliable electricity and cheap electricity rates. Ako po, I'm into industrial ice. Pag wala pong kuryente, yung ice mo nagiging tubig. Para maging bottled water facility na lang po kayo dahil wala pong kuryente. So alam ko po, nararamdaman ko po yung hirap na dinadaanan ng mga business establishments sa mga lugar na ito na napaka-mahal ang kuryente at di pa reliable. With Davao Light entering these areas, we can expect a considerable decrease in power rates, leading to more investors, more infrastructural development, and more importantly, more jobs and livelihood opportunities for our people. But of course, we'll make sure that in the event that the transition goes through, Nordeco's employees will get preferential consideration for hiring under Davao Light to ensure that they do not get left high and dry, Mr. President. Davao Light will also continue to work towards 100% rural electrification of their expanded franchise area. In fact, for the record, they already have a 99.9% rural electrification rate in their current franchise area, compared to Nordeco's 75% in theirs. So we do not need to worry that our far-flung areas will go unserved should Davao Light step in. Mr. President, we have a real chance of giving Davao del Norte and Davao de Oro the reliable and affordable electricity service that they deserve. I hope that we can take this chance to power and empower them and lead the region towards unprecedented development. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to deliver her co-sponsorship speech is Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized. Session suspended for a minute. Grace Poe, you can now proceed.
Mr. President, the completion of a vital backbone power infrastructure such as the Mindanao-Visayas interconnection and the Mindanao transmission backbone extension are long-awaited developments to improve the power situation in Mindanao. However, while these projects augmented the region's power capacity, it is important to note that the demand for electricity will continue to grow, especially with Mindanao's expanding economy. According to the Department of Energy, should there be no improvement in the power capacity, the current supply will only be sufficient for the next 3 years, and this is very alarming. Mukhang malayo pa talaga sa realidad ang power security sa Mindanao. Rotational brownouts, power outages, and high power rates are still impending realities to Mindanaoans. It is worse in certain areas where electricity and water are interconnected. Thus, the lack of electricity also means the lack of water supply. In 2022, as chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, we defended the proposed expansion of the franchise area of Davao Light and Power Company to some areas in Davao del Norte and Davao de Oro, presently served by the Northern Davao Electric Cooperative, or the Nordeco, and successfully submitted it for the President's signature. Hindi lingid sa kaalaman ng lahat na ang measure na ito ay hindi natuloy at nabito noong 19th Congress on the grounds of overlap and infringement of franchise, impairment of power contracts, and collateral attack. But the Senate and the House of Representatives of the 18th Congress believes that this is neither an attack nor a violation of the Constitution, but a response to the appeal of Nordeco's customers for better power service. In crafting the proposed measure, Congress made sure that the franchise expansion would not violate existing laws, also heeding the concern of the executive, including the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, or EPIRA, nor of any constitutional or case laws. The franchise expansion is well within the provision of the Constitution that allows the amendment, alteration, or repeal by Congress when the common good requires. It is also settled that police power subordinates the non-impairment clause in the interest of public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. The interest of the electricity consumer comes first. Ultimately, There was no disregard on the impact of the expansion to Nordeco, its employees, and remaining customers, as the measure provides for a transition period where the plans have been laid out to ensure uninterrupted supply of electricity. The latest version of the measure provides assistance to Nordeco in its economic recovery, which includes purchase of its system assets by the DLPC and availment of loans to settle its outstanding debts and liabilities. Nangako din ang DLPC na bibigyang preference ang mga empleyado ng Nordeco sa oras na mag-operate na ito sa expansion area, while those who will not be hired by DLPC and not retained by Nordeco shall receive separation and retirement benefits due to them. Mr. President, more than 9 decades in operation, the DLPC has proven itself capable as a power distribution utility, not only with its low electricity rates, but also reflected in the significant reduction in system loss, increase in customer base, and vast improvement of facilities. We recognize the DLPC's willingness to expand, as this is an investment to our power sector and the Philippine economy. Thus, for the second time, allow me to express my support for the passage and enactment of this measure. Bagamat ipinasa na natin ang chairmanship ng Committee on Public Services, we remain committed to the delivery of better power services in all unserved and underserved areas in the country. We thank also Senator Zubiri for sponsoring this measure. We will always work with the consumer's interest in mind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Grace, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator De La Rosa is seeking the floor.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized. Is he going to deliver a co-sponsorship speech?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
please proceed.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor House Bill number 11072, a measure which seeks to expand the franchise of the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated under Committee Report number 449. Ang pagkakataon ng sapat, maasahan at murang kuryente ay karapatan nating lahat, Mr. President. Kaya naman ang mga isyu sa elektrisidad, lalo't higit ang kakulangan at kawalan nito, ay hindi ipinagkikibit balikat ng Estado. Base sa mga datos na nakalap ng committee, lumalabas na nanatiling mataas ang Systems Average Interruption Duration Index and Systems Average Interruption Frequency Index or SAIFI ng kasalukuyang serbisyo ng Nordeco. Sa salita na ating mas maintindihan, mas madalas ang brownout. While Nordeco has endeavored to fulfill its mandate, its operations have regrettably fallen short in delivering the level of service expected by its franchise areas. Mr. President, this is the reality that many of our fellow citizens in Davao del Norte have to contend with day in and day out. Halimbawa na lamang sa Island Garden City of Samal, Mr. President. This small island city relies on tourism because it boasts of pristine white sand beaches and could rival those of Boracay. And yet, the city's development is held back by frequent power outages. Nasisira ang mga appliance ng mga resort. Madalas ay hindi na nila nabibigay ang serbisyong de kalidad. Hindi lamang ang ating tourism industry ang nanganganib. Nanganganib din ang mga negosyo at trabaho ng ating mga kababayan na umaasa sa industriyang ito. This is just a zoomed-in presentation of the problem, Mr. President. Taking a macro perspective, we find that these challenges have left businesses and households struggling to cope, highlighting an urgent need for intervention and improvement. In stark contrast, Mr. President, Davao Light and Power Company has consistently demonstrated its capability and commitment to providing high-quality service. With nearly 8 decades of experience in the power distribution sector, the PLC has established itself as a benchmark for operational efficiency and customer satisfaction. Its rates are notably competitive, with generation charges cheaper by approximately 3 pesos compared to current standards. Moreover, its reliability index is exemplary, reflecting a level of service that minimizes disruptions and fosters trust among its consumers. The proposed expansion of the LPC franchise is a vital step towards achieving the greater good for a greater number of people. By allowing the LPC to extend its proven expertise and capabilities to areas currently underserved by Nordeco, we are giving our constituents a chance to enjoy reliable and affordable electricity. We are also empowering local businesses to flourish and ensuring that families can lead lives with dignity and comfort. Mr. President, the decision before us is clear. Given the length of experience and the quality of service of Davao Light and Power Company, expanding its franchise is a forward-looking move in the right direction. It addresses long-standing inefficiencies, enhances the quality of public service, and lays the foundation for sustained economic development in the affected areas. This is an opportunity to make a tangible difference in the lives of countless Filipinos, and we must not let it pass. Sabi nga nila, Davao, life is here. Today, let us say, Davao, light is here. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 1072. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2900 under Committee Report number 430. This is the bill of the Special Defense Economic Zone. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status is that having closed the period of interpellations, we are now proceeding to the period of individual amendments, and I move to recognize as sponsor Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, and to introduce individual amendments, the Honorable Minority Leaders, the birthday celebrant Senator Aquilino Pimentel III.
Senators Subiri and Pimentel are recognized.
Can I defer, Mr. President, to the individual amendments to be proposed by the sponsor first?
Okay, Mr. President, if that's all right. Or you want to do a page by page, Your Honor, Mr. President? Okay.
Okay, Senator Subiri, please proceed.
As for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President, just to get our documents
Session
in place.
suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we could go page by page. We have no amendment on page, wait one second, Mr. President. May I have a copy of the committee report? Yes, Mr. President, sorry. We have no amendments for page 1, Mr. President. So we can move to page 2. On page 2, line 21, after the word industries, insert the sentence, for purposes of this act, the term defense shall include internal security and external defense. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment's approved.
On page 2, section 2, line 29, replace the term section 5K with section 5H. I so move, Mr. President. H.
Any objection? There being none, amendment's approved.
On page 3, section 4, line 18, after the word act, insert the phrase and title 13 in Roman numerals of Republic Act 8424 or the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection?
Subject to style.
There being none, amendment's approved.
Yes, we'd like to recognize
Before that,
Senator Coco.
the
Mr.
minority
President,
leader.
just if we can go back to the previous amendment, page 2, line 29, which changes section 5K into section 5H of this act. So section 5H will be mentioned 2 times in the sentence, Mr. President, because sa line 30, page 2, meron ding section 5H of this act na mentioned din siya.
Subject to style na lang po, Mr. President, with the permission of the...
Ganun na lang.
Yeah, with the minority leader, we can merge the two. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right. Please proceed.
So, on page, as I mentioned, the page
Page
3, section 4, line 22, between the comma and the word all, insert the phrase, for the first 15 years of the implementation of this act. I so move.
Any objection? Being none, amendment's approved.
On page 3, section 4, lines 25 and 26, delete the sentence, in no case shall dividends remitted by SPEDESA be used otherwise. Period. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment's approved.
On page 3, section 4, line 26, after the word otherwise, insert the proviso. Provided that after such 15-year period, comma, the dividends remitted by the SPEDESA shall accrue to the general fund of the national government. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment's approved.
On section 5, or rather page 5, section 5, line 11, after the word capital, insert the phrase between registered business enterprises, comma, except those expressly prohibited by law. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment's approved.
On page 5, section 5, line 11, after the word territory, insert a comma and the phrase, subject to sections 294 rather, sections 294D and E, and sections 295C and D of Republic Act number 8424 or the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment's approved.
Most possibly, Mr. President, so that I will not confuse the minority floor leader, we can go through my amendments, come up with a clean copy, and then he can review again if he so wishes. I think that would be better, Mr. President.
What does the minority leader say?
But on page 5, if I can just discuss, I will
Yes,
not
Mr.
propose the amendment first, Mr. President. On page 5, beginning with line 29, that is subparagraph G, is the sponsor open to mentioning or stating in the law the percentage of the local raw materials to be used in the production of the locators at SPEDESA, Mr. President. SPEDESA, yeah.
I believe under the SRDP law that we passed, Your Honor, we put a I think it's 60 plus, almost 70% has to be locally sourced materials.
Yeah, so yun.
Nandun na po sa SSRDP po yun.
So we can, yeah, because letter G, parang ano it does not even refer to that other law. So maybe yes, maybe when we examine now the clean copy, we can
Yes, Mr.
just
President.
reserve the right to revisit the.
Yes, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minority Leader. Please proceed, Senator Zubiri.
On page 5, section 5, line 19, under the article the word and the word exportation, insert the word sale, Mr. President. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, section 5, line 19, after the word goods, insert the words and services. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, section 5, line 22, after the word that, insert the phrase all taxes arising from the. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, section 5, line 23, after the word goods, insert the words and services. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, section 5, lines 24 and 25, delete the phrase exempt from all customs duties, national and local taxes, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, section 5, line 25, after the word taxes, insert the phrase chargeable to the tax expenditure fund under the General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, section 5K.
No amendments on page 6?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President. No amendments on
All
page
right.
6. On page 7, section 5K, line 20, delete the sentence, all local defense enterprises located outside of the main SPEDEZ in Bataan, as defined in section 3 of this act, shall, subject to their prior registration with the SPEDEZA, enjoy the same benefits and incentives granted under this act, provided that the local defense enterprises concerned shall obtain the concurrence of the LGUs where their operations are located. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 28, after the word located, delete the phrase outside the main SPEDEZ in Bataan or. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, lines 27 and 28, delete the entire text of section 6F and replace with letter F. Establish SPEDEZ in other suitable areas in the province of Bataan and in other areas in the country, provided that areas outside the province of Bataan shall be subject to the approval of the President and the issuance of necessary proclamation. Issuance of a necessary proclamation. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, lines 30 and 31, delete section 6 and re-letter the succeeding, 6G. On page 8, lines 30 and 31, delete section 6G and re-letter the succeeding subsections accordingly.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 12, section 7, line 6, replace the word chairman with chairperson.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 12, after line 9, insert the following items. Number 1, secretary or a designated representative of the Department of Finance. And number 2, secretary or designated representative of the Department of Trade and Industry. I so move, Mr. President, and renumber this accordingly.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 12, on section 7, line 31, after the acronym DND, insert acronyms DOF and DTI. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 16, lines 14 to 21, delete the entire text of section 14 and replace with enterprises registered with the SPEDEZA may be entitled to pertinent fiscal incentives granted under Title 13, tax incentives of Republic Act number 8424 or the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 16, section 15, lines 26, after the word enterprises, insert a comma and the phrase, subject to the oversight and regulatory functions of the Fiscal Incentive Review Board. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 16, still on section 15, line 29, after letter B, insert the phrase, pursuant to Title 13 of Republic Act Number 8424 or the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 16, lines 30 and 31, and page 17, line 1, replace all mention of DOF to FIRB. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 17, still on the same section 15, line 2, replace the word all with an, A-N, an. Mr. President, I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 17, lines 3 to 9, Mr. President, 3 to 19. On page 17, lines 3 to 19, delete the entire section 16 and 17 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 17, after line 19, insert a new section to read as follows. A new section 16, rather. Section 16, revenue sharing. 5% special, the 5% special corporate income tax, SCIT, collected from the enterprises registered under SPEDESA pursuant to Title 13 of Republic Act Number 8424 or the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended shall be divided as follows. Letter A, 3% to the national government. Letter B, 1% to the province of Bataan or the host province in case the business enterprise is not located within the province of Bataan. Letter C, 1% to the host city/municipality, and provided that a period of 15 years from the implementation of this act, the 3% share of the national government shall be allocated as 1% to AFP Pension Fund and 2% to SPEDESA, provided further that the national government and local government shares shall be directly remitted to the BIR and local treasurer respectively, and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly, Mr. President. So moved.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Last amendment, Mr. President, is just the style amendment. On page 7, line 25, delete the word said.
Anterior?
Ulterior amendment, Mr. President, ulterior amendment.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
We no longer
Yes,
have...
before that-
I would like to recognize...
The Deputy Minority Leader is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Just a point of clarification to the good sponsor. I'm sorry, hindi ko nahuli yung section and line and page, but I believe it was the first amendment. Kung pwede lang linawin, what is the reference to the term that we added, internal defense? Is that referring po to the mission of the Philippine National Police? Because if so, hindi po ba mas updated yung term na public safety? Particularly as the Armed Forces of the Philippines pivots away from counterinsurgency to external defense, and that old mission of the AFP is more really now in the hands of the PNP, but under the term public safety, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to clarify, Madam's distinguished lady, Senator Risa, I think it's on the purpose of the development of equipment. So when it says here, I'll read the whole line to be clear. Yeah. So the Special Defense Economic Zone in General Antonio Luna, Lamao Municipality of Lima in the province of Bataan shall be established for investments in defense, military, law enforcement, and defense-related advanced technologies, information and communications technology, research and development, and their support industries. For the purpose of this act, the term defense shall include internal security and external defense.
So internal security pala,
Yes.
so I guess, sponsor. Is the term internal security referring to the is it related to the term law enforcement that the good sponsor mentioned
Yes.
earlier in the section? So in that case, Mr. President, as the good sponsor causes the preparation of a clean copy, since I'm not yet presenting it as a proposed amendment, but perhaps for the consideration of the good sponsor, if he would favor, instead of internal security, public safety. But I will also ask, Mr. President, my legis to coordinate with the legis of the good sponsor
I have no
on this matter.
I have no objection on the onset, Mr. President. I have no objection. The proper time. So what we can do, Mr. President, Madam, is that we come up with a clean copy, provide our minority floor leader and the deputy minority floor leader as soon as possible. And if they have amendments, we'll gladly accept.
Thank you so much, good sponsor.
Thank you
Salamat
very
po,
much.
Mr. President.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
clarificatory questions. Senator Zubir, are you done? Are you
Yes, we're done, Mr. President. We move to close the period of. No, we don't. We can just suspend consideration so that the good minority leaders can study the clean copy.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2900.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I mean suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2826 under Committee Report number 329. This is the bill enhancing the fiscal regime for the large-scale metallic mining industry. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellations and debates, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the good one, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to introduce his individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of individual amendments is in order. Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. The first three amendments are typographical errors. So on page 6, line 21, replace the word contractor with contractor. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 24, replace the word including with including. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 23, replace the word secton with section. I so move, Mr. President.
Is this a typographical error?
Yes, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 9, delete the first end and replace with or. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 9, line 17, insert the word tax in between the words royalty and return. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 2, after the dash, insert the phrase like the excise tax on mineral products under Section 151 of this code. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 4, after the word products, insert the phrase duly paid under this section. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 16, as an omnibus amendment to be applied throughout the bill, delete the word profit and replace it with profits. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Still on the same page, line 18, insert large scale before the word metallic. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 12, line 19, insert large scale before the word metallic. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 15, line 15, after the word directly, insert and immediately. I so move, Mr. President.
15.
Yes, Mr. President. On page 15, line 15.
Okay, any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 17, delete the phrase within a period of 6 months from payment. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 16, lines 15, replace the title of the section from disposition of royalty proceeds from mineral reservations to share of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau in the royalty proceeds from mineral reservations. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 19, replace section 151-AD with section 151-AE. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President.
PSL Philippines.
E.
E.
Sin echo, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 17, line 1, delete the entire section 12 and renumber the sections accordingly. So I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 16, after the word government, insert the phrase, this fiscal regime and revenue sharing arrangement shall continue to be in force and effect for the entire duration of the contract so entered and executed after the enactment of this act, provided that this guarantee shall also apply to contracts entered into prior to this act but subsequently renewed after the enactment of this act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Still on page 17, line 18, replace section 151A, close parenthesis D, with section 151A, close parenthesis E. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 18, lines 17 to 18, delete the entire sentence. The amount necessary to carry out the provisions of this act shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act, and replace the same with the following. The amounts necessary to carry out the provisions of this act, particularly for the establishment of facilities and acquisition of tools, including access to metal or mineral commodity pricing databases, establishment of a laboratory and other facilities and tools necessary for the evaluation of the minerals covered by this act, shall be taken from the 1% retained by the Bureau of Internal Revenue under Section 3 of Republic Act No. 5447, funding for the implementation of this act, including the hiring of specialists and other requisite personnel, shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 19, line 13, insert the following paragraph. Section 3 of Republic Act No. 5447, insofar as the utilization of the 1% retained by the Bureau of Internal Revenue is concerned, is hereby amended according. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Finally, on the title of the bill, delete 130, close parenthesis D. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, this is from Senate President Escudero's amendment. On page 14, line 21, before the period, insert a comma and the following phrase. Provided, finally, that 5 years after the effectivity of this act, the export of locally extracted minerals in the raw form shall be prohibited. The rationale, Mr. President, is that this is patterned after the Indonesian model, which imposes an export ban on raw minerals. This is in line with its strategy to take an important role in supply chain activities for global electric battery production, particularly for electric vehicles or EVs. The goal is for mining companies process and refine the raw materials in the country, providing job opportunities to our people and helping develop our industries. We do not want the mining companies to merely extract resources from the Philippines without establishing processing plants and other downstream industries in our country. The 5-year period is to allow the mining companies sufficient time to establish their operations here. The provision shall read as follows. Section 151-D. Monitoring and audit of sales and exportation of minerals, mineral products, and raw ores. The Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs are hereby authorized to examine and audit, for tax purposes, all sales and exportation of minerals, mineral products, and raw ores. For this purpose, the Book of Accounts and Records of metallic mining contractors and or operators, including assay reports and the sales and marketing agreements entered into by them, shall be open for inspection by the said bureaus, provided that the said bureaus shall be furnished by the Mines and Geosciences Bureau with a copy of such assay reports and sales and marketing agreements, as well as the integrated annual reports of metallic mining contractors and or operators. Provided further that metallic mining contractors and or operators shall comply with disclosure and reportorial requirements pursuant to the transparency mechanism to be institutionalized under Section 14 of this Act. Provided finally that 5 years after the effectivity of this Act, the export of locally extracted minerals in their raw form shall be prohibited. That's the amendment from the Senate President Escudero, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before you rule on the motion of the Deputy Majority Leader, the sponsor of the measure, may I just put into the record that this is the same idea that we raised during the period of interpellations and debate, and the good gentleman agree with this representation that indeed raw materials for exports, Mr. President, should be banned. And it's good that the sponsor is heeding the call of this representation. Although I'm not very happy with the 5-year period, I think it's also justifiable, Mr. President. And just want to put on record that this representation supports the amendment raised by the gentleman from San Juan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Any objection with regard to the amendment of Senator Escudero, Senate President Escudero? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Mr. President, these are proposed amendment from Senator Legarda on line 7, page 17, Section 12, royalty due to indigenous cultural communities from mining operations within ancestral domains. Amendments shall be made in the proviso. After the word paid, delete the phrase not more than 2% and change it to at least 2% of the gross output of minerals produced from the ancestral domain. The proviso will now read as follows. Provided that the ICC-IP shall be paid at least 2% of the gross output of minerals produced from the ancestral domain. The following paragraph shall be included on line 11, page 17, section 12, after the words, management of the ancestral domain, which states that the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, or the NCIP, shall review and update its guidelines on free and prior informed consent, particularly for royalty negotiations, to align with the principles of self-determination, equity, inclusivity, and transparency. The revised guidelines shall ensure that indigenous cultural communities / indigenous peoples can negotiate effectively and secure fair agreements that uphold the rights, cultural values, and long-term interests. The NCIP shall incorporate the Philippine ecosystem and the Natural Capital Accounting System, or the PENCAS, as established under Republic Act No. 11995 into its guidelines to determine the value of royalty payments based on the loss of ecological services and associated cultural value. Furthermore, the guidelines shall prohibit the imposition of unreasonable representation fees or similar charges by agents, consultants, or intermediaries that burden or exploit IP communities. It shall also include mechanisms to monitor and penalize such practices, ensuring that ICCS, IPS retain full control over negotiations without undue influence or financial exploitation. Mr. President, Section 12 is already deleted. It is important to note that the proposed royalty rate adjustment is to be part of the mining fiscal regime bill, which will be an amendment of the National Internal Revenue Code, or NIRC. However, the IP royalty is not a tax. It is a payment to private entities, namely the IP communities, as compensation for the use of their land. Incorporating IP royalties into the NIRC framework could create legal ambiguities and unintended consequences, as the NIRC is primarily concerned with public taxation, not payments to private entities. It may be considered a rider provision because it is not so germane to the subject of the bill, which is the rationalization of the current mining fiscal regime by amending relevant provision of the tax code. As an alternative, we suggest that the proposals concerning IP royalty be addressed by the executive, particularly the DNR, through appropriate amendments to the Department Administrative Order 2010 to 2021 with the present rules governing IP royalties. The IPs will have a better position to negotiate for a higher royalty. So, Mr. President, we cannot accept the proposal of Senator Legarda, but she just wants to put this on record.
All right, the proposed amendment of Senator Legarda is hereby rejected by the sponsor, but still just put it into the records.
That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hercito. Minority Leader.
Seeking the floor, I move that he be recognized.
Just a manifestation, Mr. President, that we also submitted to the sponsor proposed amendment, although shorter compared to the proposed amendment of Senator Legarda, but the spirit is the same, that we establish a floor, not a ceiling, as to the total amount of royalties and other benefits that the Indigenous community or the IP Indigenous peoples communities are to receive from the mining operator. So actually, Mr. President, this representation supports that proposed amendment of Senator Legarda. So that we will see the entirety of the amendments made by the sponsor, can we also ask for a clean copy after the amendments? But for the record lang po, that yung proposal po ni Senator Legarda ay may support po rito sa chamber na ito, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, at current, we are practicing the floor, no? So that the IP communities or organizations can have a better, can negotiate better for better terms, Your Honor. So that's the rationale, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, that's why after we receive the clean copy, we will decide if we will insist on that amendment of ours, because we question the shift in the point of view. Because our bill, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sponsor, we are shifting the point of view, diba, as far as the royalties and other benefits to be given to the indigenous communities. Our amendment now recognizes or provides for a ceiling. Ngayon lang tayo makaka-encounter na ceiling, di ba? Not more than 2% ang nakasulat. That's a ceiling, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, we already deleted that, no? That provision that meron tayong ceiling. So it's a status quo now that doon po tayo sa floor, so that there would be more elbow room for IP organizations and IP communities.
But the percentage for the floor as is, hindi natin ginalaw. Ganun po.
That is correct.
Okay. So anyway, we will see
We'll
that.
just wait for the clean copy.
Yes, we will see that in the clean copy. But thank you for that very important and crucial clarification from our sponsor, na inabandon na rin niya yung the shift in the point of view. So we We commend our sponsor for doing that, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, good sponsor. And as committed by the distinguished sponsor, we will be given a clean copy, Mr. President. And therefore, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2826. So move,
Is there
Mr.
any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2906 under Committee Report number 435. This is the bill on the Philippine Agriculturist Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of the said measure is now in order. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellations and debate is now in order. We recognize the distinguished, hardworking boundary na Senator Mig Zubiri and our hardworking birthday celebrant, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of Senator Coco Pimentel, may I just like to put on record that we have here with us today the distinguished men and women of the PRC and the Philippine Association of Agriculturists, headed by the board chair, Dr. Roberto Ranyola. We also have with us Dr. Karen Bautista, the immediate past president. Dr. Fernando Sanchez, Dindo Sanchez, who was my former chancellor at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Dr. Annabel Sarabia is with us, our PRC-PRB Agriculture member. Dr. Glenn Gregorio, CHED Technical Panel on Agriculture, and Mr. Art Baria, the PAA past president. Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to thank also the patience of the minority
welcome
leader.
the distinguished guests and resource persons here in the Senate. Yes, Senator Pimentel and
Thank you.
Senator Zubiri are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, may we know, just for the record and for the information of everyone monitoring and following our proceedings, what is the main purpose of this measure that is under consideration?
Mr. President, this bill aims to establish a more relevant and responsive legal regulatory framework for the agriculture profession. Believe it or not, Mr. President, my dear colleague, Senator Coco, among the PRC regulated professions, agriculture is the only profession, and I repeat, the only profession that does not have its professional regulatory law, or PRL, as it remains governed by an administrative issuance, PRC 2000-663. And these are 45, yes, professions. So can you imagine, Mr. President, out of 45 professions, yung agriculture po ang hindi pa nabibigyan ng batas.
Ng batas. Pero as of the moment, they are licensed agriculturists.
Due to an administrative order issuance by the PRC.
So what is now the shortcoming if we do not touch the current system, Mr. President?
Yeah. Number one problem is the limited employment opportunities, Your Honor, and concern on non-exclusivity of agriculture profession. Because, for example, this law will make sure that, for example, the MAO, the Municipal Agricultural Officer now, will be a licensed agriculturist. Kasi sometimes they get a landscaper, they get kung sino-sino na lang pong nilalagay nila. Ito magkakaroon po ng preference sa agricultural and biosystems engineering, fisheries technology, veterinary medicine. In other words, may mga MAO and PAO, Provincial Agricultural Officer, VetMed, doktor ng veterinary medicine. It's not really the purpose of their of the office, which is to create a provincial agricultural officer, which is a licensed agriculturist. Because these names that I mentioned, agricultural, engineering, fisheries, technology, and veterinary medicine, have already their respective law, PRL, Mr. President.
That's found in section 31, first paragraph, page 15, line 5. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct.
Ito po ba? National government agencies concerned with agriculture activities shall ensure that registered agriculturists fill
Mr.
all
President.
existing technical plantilla positions.
That's correct, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so this goes beyond just licensing the...
Yes, Mr. President.
May mandato pa pala. May mandato. May
Yes, Mr.
instructions sa LGUs and other national government agencies.
Yes, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, that means we are really now, upscaling, upgrading the
Professionalizing.
profession of the different professions in agriculture.
That's
Ilan
correct,
ilan
Mr.
po ba yan? When you say agriculturist, ano ba yan? General or specialized na yung knowledge niya?
Gentleman from Bukidnon is considered
I'm actually
agriculturist.
a licensed agriculturist, Mr.
Licensed.
President. I took my oath recently and paid my dues. There are right now
Paid.
43.
Paid
my dues,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Juice. Okay.
Dues, yes.
Thank you for
Um,
clarifying.
The question is, right now there are 43,707 active and inactive licensed agriculturists. And today, Mr. President, Senator Coco, on your birthday, 3,000 students, graduates took their oath as licensed agriculturists.
As licensed
this
agriculturists.
afternoon.
Congratulations to all of them, yes.
Yeah, so these can be under the pwede silang crop scientist, crop sci. They can also be may listahan po tayo eh. Soil science, crop
Yes, okay.
scientists,
Section.
crop protection, agribusiness. Ako po, I'm under agribusiness. I graduated under agricultural management, agribusiness management. Then there's an agricultural extension and communication. Ito po yung mga scope ng agricultural license be given to them.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So I think klaro naman this is for the betterment of the stakeholders in agriculture,
Yes, sir.
and ultimately of society,
Yes,
through improved production,
Yes, sir.
better planning, etc. So with that, Mr. President, this representation is satisfied and is willing now to terminate his interpellation, Mr. President. So congratulations to our
Thank you
sponsor.
very much, Mr. President.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
patience, Mr.
Thank you for the support to Philippine agriculture, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
I will interpolate as well, Your Honor. I'm just kidding. Majority Leader? Thank you, Senator Pimentel.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close.
Unless the gentleman is objecting.
I
not-
move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellations and debate is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move
think the
that we
gentleman from Davao and Bohol is he is raising his hand. Is there?
on a different matter, perhaps.
Yes,
Mr. President.
Majority Leader, please.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend.
Uy, boundary ka na.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2906.
Is there any objection? Hearing done, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried. The gentleman from Davao and Bohol is recognized, Senator Bato de la Rosa. What's the pleasure of the gentleman?
Yes, Mr. President, I just would like to manifest my concern about my pending bill. Actually, I'm not yet raising my hands up as a sign of surrender.
Please
That I am surrendering the fate of my bill. But because I know for a fact that my ROTC bill was considered by the how do you call this, the LIDAC as a priority measure of the palace, Mr. President. So may I ask if it can be considered for calendar, if not today, tomorrow, Mr. President? Yeah, it's considered as a priority measure, Mr. President.
Yes, the Majority Leader may answer but the Minority Leader would
Sentiment.
also...
If we can express our sentiment, Mr. President, before the Majority Leader rules, yeah.
Okay, we recognize our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. You have the floor, sir.
Being a heartfelt appeal from our colleague, who's going to be the birthday boy tomorrow. so I think he wants it calendar tomorrow. He is the birthday boy tomorrow, Mr. President. So we're willing to engage in debate with the birthday celebrant tomorrow, Mr. President.
That is the sentiment of the minority leader. We understand.
Mr. President, I just would like to manifest that I really appreciate the kindness of the birthday boy
celebrant.
today. The birthday boy today to have his colleagues, who is also a birthday boy tomorrow, to be happy somehow, Mr. President. So thank you, Minority Leader, for that manifestation. Maraming salamat. So I hope the Majority Leader is taking note of the response of the Minority Leader so that Colonel Subiri is already very anxious about the fate of the bill that is also a pet bill of him. So, Mr. President, so thank you for that. If it can be considered tomorrow as a birthday gift to this humble representation. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minority Leader.
We recognize the Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, in response to the query birthday appeal of the birthday celebrant, perhaps the records would show that it has been always listed in our calendar, but it has been pending before the plenary. So, Mr. President, ugma in Visayas, perhaps the said measure would be discussed tomorrow, and I concur that this is considered as a priority measure of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And just for the record, so far we have about 5 to 6 senators lined up to interpolate the measure, and I think the Minority Leader is one of the 6 or one of the 5. So he is willing to be the first one to interpolate. Thank you. Majority Leader.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2814 under Committee Report number 316. This is the bill on the free legal assistance for military and uniformed personnel act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation, recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpellate our birthday celebrant, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
The gentleman from San Juan, our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized to sponsor the measure and to interpolate our super hard-working birthday celebrant. Senator Coco Pimentel, our Minority Leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no opening statement for our sponsor,
No opening statement. I am willing to yield to the questions that are going to be propounded by our hardworking Minority Leader.
Basta today, Mr. President, we established the rule that there is no birthday holiday in the Senate. So it's applicable to all the senators. Okay,
Maybe we can tackle all pending bills today.
So, well, Mr. President, okay, so may the sponsor just inform us what is the primary objective of the measure under consideration, Mr. President?
Well, thank you, Minority Leader. The bill acknowledges the high-risk environment faced by the military and other uniformed personnel, or the military uniformed personnel. These challenges often lead to legal disputes arising from their service-related duties, including accusations of human rights violations or operational misconduct. And by providing free legal assistance, Mr. President, this bill ensures that MUP have the necessary legal resources to defend themselves reducing undue stress, and allowing them to focus on their duties. And this bill mandates the enhancement of legal offices within uniformed services, ensuring these are adequately staffed and resourced, and by empowering the legal arms of institutions such as the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police, and the Philippine Coast Guard, we address existing gaps in capacity, streamline the provision of legal aid and prevent delays in the legal defense of our personnel. And this aligns with our commitment to institutional reform and efficiency, Mr. President.
Mr. President, yung scope nung yung phrase nating MUP, Military and Uniformed Personnel,
Yes.
is the same as when we use MUP in other laws.
You are correct,
Same.
Mr. President.
Sige po. And
This
that,
includes,
just to remind us, ano po
yes,
yun?
this includes the Philippine National Police, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Bureau of Jail and Management Penology, Bureau of Fire Protection, Coast Guard, NAMRIA, and the Bureau of Corrections, Mr.
Yes,
President.
correct. So, yan. So, yung pinag-usapan natin yung pension reform niyan,
Yes.
yan din yun po.
Opo.
Sila. Okay. So, that's the main purpose, no? Pagka itong mga ito ay yung servicemen or personnel ay magkaroon siguro ng kaso na flowing out of their function, di ba? Rendition of duty.
Yes, performance of their duty, Mr. President.
Performance of their duties. So, it will now be the responsibility of their own unit
Yes,
to
their
provide.
own respective units, Mr. President.
So definitely sa legal, ano yun? Legal office or legal division, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Yung kanina po tinatanong nyo during the break kung papasok yung Office of the Solicitor General. I would like to tell you that the OSG will only be included with regard to the civil case against these uniformed personnel. But itong yung mga administrative sa mga criminal cases, ang hahawak po dito yung mga respective units po nila. And if I may add, Mr. President, currently the PNP, the Philippine National Police, has legal assistance framework as provided under RA 6975 as amended, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines also has legal assistance as provided under the National Defense Act. Section 25, the JAGO or the Judge Advocate Service shall render such legal assistance as may be required by the military forces. And all other MUPs, like the PC, the Coast Guard, the jail, NAMRIA, and Bucor, have no existing free legal assistance.
So
Mr. President.
in effect, dun ang main beneficiary nito is yung mga units or agencies na wala pang existing.
All of them, not only those without legal assistance.
Pero sa military po, covered na sila sa JAGO. Sabi niyo, sa PNP, meron na rin silang existing system. Yun po ba yun?
Well, this measure, if passed into law, will strengthen the existing legal assistance service.
In what sense will it be strengthened, yung existing?
More lawyers, they have to hire more lawyers, Mr. President.
Correct. So, meron na tayong budgetary implication po nito?
Well, meron pong appropriations dito. Magkano appropriations?
Hindi, yung...
Depende, sir, kasi under dyan, magsasubmit pa muna sila kung paano i-organize yung legal service.
It depends on the respective units. Like I was informed by the representative of the Armed Forces, Armed Forces, that they need around 500. And the Philippine National Police, I stand corrected, they need, ang existing lawyers nila is around 253, and they need around 300 more lawyers para ang ratio maging 1:300. Kasi kasalukuyan, ang ratio po is 1 as against 900, Mr. President.
Siguro, Mr. President, sa implementation nito, we can adopt a uniform ratio, siguro.
Yes,
Kasi MUP nga ito sila eh. So,
Yes,
let's
yes.
assume na, although baka nga si police, kasi si police talaga ang out there dealing with the public. So, baka yung 1:300 ratio for the police, if let's say that's acceptable, if not ideal, sa other MUPs, they can, I think, they can exist or make do with a higher ratio.
Because they have more personnel. The Philippine National Police has more personnel than the other MUPs, Mr.
Hindi,
President.
pero yung legal offices yata, ipapa-reorganize natin because of this. So, yung ratio nga. So, maybe we can, if it's possible, if we can mention parang a target, a ratio as a target. Parang, I think we do that in the other, sa mga pension na ano natin, or only sa mga manpower requirements natin Police personnel is to population ratio, so yung mga ganyan tayo. We do it even na classroom, students to classroom ratio. If we can do that, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we can do that. By all means, Mr. President.
Pero if I can raise another problem, Mr. President, hindi, kunyari, lawyer plantilla positions ito. Pero hindi ba tayo bound din dun sa salary of that position? And then, hindi ba kunyari ang reklamo ng mga psychologists, ang baba ng rate for psychologists. Ngayon, lawyers, I think, ang attractive ata sa lawyers would be DOJ, and Supreme Court, Senate, Mr. President. So, what can we do? Kasi pwede mong damihan mo yung plantilla positions, but the rates, the salaries are not attractive to lawyers, Mr. President. Baka wala rin tayo ma-attract. Ayan, this is employment.
No, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, if I may, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, this representation also filed a bill regarding the state's program in producing more lawyers in the country. If you recall, when we deliberated on the Doktor para sa Bayan law, there are only about 3 doctors taking care of at least 10,000 Filipinos in the country. The ideal is 10 to 10. And I just want to put this in the discussion. Perhaps we also have a target or what would be the ideal setup right now as to how many lawyers do we need. Because there's been a lot of shortages in doctors, nurses, and now even lawyers, Your Honors. Just to put that into the records of this chamber. Thank you.
Include psychologists, Mr. President.
Oh yes, there's a lot. Even nurses and
psychometrists.
health workers, Your Honors.
Bound by rank. What do you mean by bound by rank? Ang point ang tinatanong ito yung Thank you, Mr. President, if I may continue. Yung pong katanungan niyo po kanina tungkol sa mga i-hire ng mga abogado, I think it is based by rank as far as the Armed Forces of the Philippines is concerned. Ang entry level po, lang po nila ay 56,582. That is pursuant to the joint resolution of Congress, Mr. President. Samantalang, ang Public Attorney's Office, ang kanilang base pay ay 102,690. So talagang mas mataas yung ang base pay ng PAO. Kasama na rin po yung Office of the Solicitor General, ganun din ang DOJ, ganun din po ang Ombudsman, tsaka yung OGCC. So maliit lang talaga ang base pay ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, Mr. President.
Sir, dagdag niya, to encourage
So how will we fix this, Mr. President? Baka
Well, to encourage them to go to the MUPs, Mr. President, aside from the salaries that they are going to receive, they will be entitled to the payment of actual travel and other expenses, including the special counsel allowance, Mr. President, just to lure them to enter in their respective units, Mr. President.
So we have mentioned this special counsel allowance found in section 7, Mr. President. Is this special counsel allowance also being given in other non-MUP agencies, Mr. President? Or did we
Like what?
Did we come up with this concept precisely just for this measure, Mr. President? Meron ba itong special counsel allowance? Tignan nyo, section 7.
Mr. President, my answer is in the affirmative. In the General Appropriations Act, in Section 60, it says, in special counsel allowance, government lawyers assigned in the legal staff of the agencies are hereby authorized as allowance of 5,000 pesos for each appearance or attendance to court hearings, subject to the following. Letter A, the government lawyer has been deputized by the OSG or authorized by the head of agency to assist the OSG prosecutors or provide legal representation to the agency or its personnel as its counsel, as the case may be. Letter B, the court appearance is not pursuant to motions for extension or postponement of hearing. And letter C, the aggregate allowance per month shall not exceed 50% of the government lawyer's monthly basic salary. And the court, as used in this section, shall pertain to those under the judiciary, and in no case shall special counsel allowance be granted to government lawyers appearing before quasi-judicial and administrative agencies, Mr. President. So right now, MUP lawyers are not yet entitled to any special counsel allowance.
So improvement ito sa kanilang at least
Yes,
natatanggap.
Mr. President.
Pero yung admin, Mr. President, in-envision ata natin na pag may admin case si MUP personnel, part.
Yes.
So but then so when we now cite special counsel allowance in section 7, do we still interpret this to be limited by the conditions read by the sponsor na not when you are appearing before an admin body? It must be a judicial body. Yun ang pagkaintindi ko sa binasa po ng ating sponsor. So, I do not mind na palawakin natin.
Yes.
Even sa admin.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. We have to just make sure. Let's make sure na kasama na yun. May criminal case si MUP personnel. Dito si lawyer ng legal office to defend him. Basta service related, no?
Yes, sir.
A performance linked siya.
Yes.
Siyempre, most likely si criminal case, meron niyang related na admin case. So, salin na rin po natin sa special
Kasama
counsel
po yan, rest
allowance.
assured, kasama po lahat yan, no, Mr. President.
Yes, klaruhin po natin na
Yes.
I'm looking at not that he will be represented by a lawyer. Alam ko na it's really part of the objective, but I'm looking at the compensation for the lawyer.
Okay.
So let's make sure na compensated si lawyer even for admin.
I think you're correct.
No need to clap for your company. I know your situation. I know the practice. So I understand.
And just to put on record, the minority leader, and we were discussing a while ago about the to crystallize the shortage of lawyers in this country. In 2023, the Public Attorney's Office has about 2,505 attorneys serving a staggering 12,516,668 clients. So this translates, Your Honors, to an average of 4,997 clients per POW lawyer, Your Honors. So you could just imagine the shortage right now. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's correct, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader, for pointing that out, Mr.
Yes,
President.
let's make
I think
sure.
the representatives of the MUP are in high spirits because of what you just said, Mr. President.
Ang problema, Mr. President, alam ko rin na anong tawag mo na sa as a general rule, sometimes someone is criminally charged and then at the same time merong civil liability component doon. Do we also intend to cover that civil case arising out of the alleged crime, Mr. President? Covered din ba siya sa free legal service that we intend to give to the MUP personnel?
Well, Mr. President, this bill defines service-related cases as civil, criminal, and administrative cases filed against members of the MUP that are connected to the discharge of their official functions or duties, Mr. President.
Okay, basta klaro po yun. Okay, sige po. So, what if the MUP personnel is found guilty sa crime, therefore most likely liable sa civil? So, do we continue defending the MUP personnel who is found guilty of committing a crime?
Well, Mr. President, they have a lot of legal remedies or legal options. They still have to appeal, and if the court does not grant their appeal, they still have the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court to go.
So the answer is yes, bale. So if at the first or second level courts, MTC or RTC yan. So if the MUP personnel is found guilty of the criminal charge, and then let us say there's a corresponding civil case, do we continue to provide free legal assistance to that MUP personnel in the civil action?
Yes, Mr. President, until they are not found guilty, Mr. President.
But they
Hanggat wala pang
they can also be
desisyon.
found guilty, Mr. President, because alam mo, whether guilty or not, ang point natin, ito, sa law
Basta
natin
wala pa hong finality in decision, Mr.
Wala pang
President.
finality. Okay, so at least that is made of record. Ngayon, Mr. President, ito na lang siguro, page 2, line 26, may proviso po yun, section 5, may proviso. Provided that in cases of conflict of interest, the heads of the MUP services shall refer the service-related cases to the Public Attorney's Office, PAO, bali. In cases of conflict of interest. So, general rule, legal office of the MUP
Yes.
unit. Pero in cases of, paano po ito? Well, when is this? When does this arise na mayroong cases of conflict of interest?
Mr. President, the legislation complements existing frameworks by addressing a specific gap, Mr. President, providing legal assistance to MUP for service-related cases, while the PAO, or the Public Attorney's Office, primarily serves indigent individuals requiring legal aid. And this bill ensures that MUP have access to specialized legal support pertinent to the complexities of their official duties without overburdening existing legal aid resources, Mr. President.
Can we just get an example of conflict of interest situation so that the proviso kicks in? General rule kasi is legal office.
Wala pa kang experience na gano'n?
May tanong pa kayo? Ito na tanong. Wala kayong tanong.
Example na not service related. Baka pwedeng itanong if will that also make service related.
Okay. Mr. President, the following cases filed against the applicant shall not be considered service-connected or service-related cases. Like, for example, in personal conflicts between or among police officers, or personal conflicts between a police officer and a civilian, and yung violence against violence against women and their children, tapos yung non-support of children, violation of child abuse law, police officers or military officers involved in illegal transactions, personal business and propriety concerns, violation of anti-fencing law, gross negligence in the loss of PNP-issued properties, tulad mga barel, whatever, and legal separation, annulment, and declaration of nullity of marriage, unreasonable use of force, violence, torture committed by PNP personnel against arrested persons during custodial investigations, ano yung 3019? Violation of RA number 3019, anti-graft. When the act's omissions involve breach of PNP internal discipline provided for under the Memorandum Circular of PNP as amended, and when there are conflict of interests. Meron pa, insurance and death claims of the beneficiaries, land dispute, acts attributable to the abuse of authority or negligence of the respondent, and other analogous circumstances. And admin cases wherein the investigating body or hearing officer is the legal
Service yan. Legal office.
is the legal office, Mr. President. I have already enumerated all
Okay,
those.
okay. So from the response of our sponsor, naghalo po, no? Meron doon is yung mga cases na talagang not covered.
Not covered.
Kung not
Hindi
covered,
related
hindi
sa
natin,
kanilang trabaho.
Because hindi siya service related or ano. Hindi po, wala. Tanggalin natin yun sa picture kasi talaga namang not covered. But ang tanong ko nga kasi itong nasa law nga, Section 5, talks about the covered. Covered ito, but bakit merong yung in cases of conflict of interest, it will not be the legal office to represent the MUP personnel, but the PAO. Yun po ba yun yung last part na sinabi nyo, that there is an admin case that he is facing before his or her own legal office? Ganun po ba yun? Yun yung parang narinig ko po yun sa dulo ng sagot.
But situations wherein cases has already been filed in court, wherein the complainant or the petitioner is the state. In effect, the legal office is going against the state, Mr. President, kung talaga magkakaroon ng conflict.
Or when you complainant is the
Ano ito? Where the complainant? Kaso ang ibig niya sabihin, ang representation lang ito sa fiscal. So one example, Mr. President, of conflict of interest is that where the complainant is the PNP or is a member of the PNP unit, and where the infraction is subject to disciplinary action, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you mean to say ang legal representation hanggang fiscal lang? Mr. President, when a case is filed in court, a criminal case, hindi ba people of the Philippines na yun? So,
Yes.
paano? So, you mean to say ang legal representation hanggang fiscal lang? Pag ma-file na, it's legal office versus the legal office in favor of the accused against the Republic of the Philippines. Kasi gano'n na yung title po ng kaso, Republic of the Philippines versus Mr. X. So, hanggang doon lang po.
Ano?
Kaya ayusin na lang.
Bakit kayo mag-withdraw? As far as the armed forces of the Philippines is concerned, they are going to withdraw it. They are going to withdraw it immediately because there is already a conflict of interest. That is as far as the armed forces of the Philippines is concerned, Mr. President. Police.
We are allowed to represent them sa criminal, civil, and administrative cases.
people of the Philippines naman.
Sinalaw naman po ng 6975, so parang may exemption.
Why is it different from the AFP?
Sir,
This pertains to the law of PNP. Okay, sige na. Yan ang
Capture sa words.
under Republic Act.
Of the Philippines versus
Ay, nako, ang bagal.
versus Captain, Colonel, service.
Yeah. They are allowed to.
By virtue of Section 49, sir, ng RA 6975,
Ano?
inaalaw po ang lawyers ng PNP to represent the accused na PNP personnel sa criminal, civil, and administrative cases.
Okay, Mr. President, as far as the Philippine National Police is concerned, then under Republic Act 6975, by virtue of Section 49, the Philippine National Police is allowed to represent the accused. Ibig sabihin yung PNP personnel, dun sa kanilang criminal, civil, and administrative cases, Mr. President.
In all stages.
In all stages.
So even in the trial stage before the courts, people of the Philippines versus Police Major X, it will be a PNP legal officer or PNP lawyer who will represent Police Major X in trial before the RTC.
The representatives of the Philippine National Police are nodding their heads, Mr. President.
Do we want
in agreement, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
precisely. That's why I'm asking what is our intention. Because klaruhin natin yung intention natin. Let's capture the intention in words and make it applicable to all MUP.
Yes, sir.
Dapat standardize po para...
Meron silang sa batas, di ba kayo?
Sir, internal batas sa kanila, batas kasi sa kanila.
Well, meron po silang, yung sa Philippine National Police, meron po silang batas. Ito ang binanggit kong RA 6920? 6970. Whereas itong AFP, wala, panay internal policies lang po. Wala po silang sariling batas. That can cover.
Sige po,
what we're
let's
talking
just fix our intention, then clearly express it in the law. Para, and ang suggestion ko, there must be just one rule for all of the MUP units, Mr. President. Pantay-pantay sila kasi we're treating them as when we refer to this sector, MUP tawag natin sa kanila. So,
Yes. Kaya nga po, ito yung mga types of legal assistance that are provided to all military uniformed personnel under this bill, Mr. President. Lahat yung mga legal representations in all stages, as what you've mentioned earlier, civil, criminal, or admin proceedings, yung mga legal advice or consultations, mga preparations of pleadings, motions, memoranda, and other legal documents. Kasama na rin po yung pagnanotaryo ng mga dokumento.
I think ginagawa, no need for a law for that, Mr. President. I think ang habol talaga nila dito is yung proteksyonan sila sa prosecutor's office, proteksyonan sila sa trial. So, Mr. President, ito na lang, i-apply na lang natin. Siguro last point ko na po ito. Kunyari, meron na itong law na ito. Kunyari, just assume this law is already in place. And then, itong development na pinapakasuhan ng PNP yung sa drug haul na 6 billion pesos ba yun? Na 20, ilang officers yun sa drug haul? Around 40. 40 ba if my memory is correct? Oh, yung mga na-involved doon, which is supposed to be, di ba? By bust ba yun? O drug bust, parang ganon. So, yung mga na-involved doon, are they entitled to legal service of their legal office?
It is not, no.
Yes.
No, Mr. President. It is
we-
not civil, it is not considered as a service-related operation, Mr. President. Hindi ho sila kasama. They are not qualified, Mr. President.
Who makes that initial determination that whether or not it's service-related? Kasi sa reports nila, sa official reports nila, service-related.
They have their own internal policies on how to evaluate
In our bill, who will say whether or not you are entitled to legal representation from your unit's legal office because the charge against you is service related. Sino
Mr.
po?
President, that can be provided by the IRR in all respective units of the MUP, Mr. President.
So merong step doon, may initial determination na kung ano. Oh, kasi on paper, yun nga dinidispute, di ba? Na hindi nga tama yung report nila eh. But on paper, if you look at the reports, it's service related. Ano, Chief? I think the Chief is ready.
If I may, with the permission of the good sponsor and the interpellator, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator De La Rosa recognized.
I think mayroon sa PNP at saka sa Armed Forces, meron sila kinikreate na board na LOD board, Line of Duty board, na nagdedetermine na yung nangyayaring particular case at hand is in line of duty. So, ma-determine yan doon, Mr. President. At at first glance pa lang, yung one ton of shabu hole doon, yung mga perpetrators doon, kung matcha-charge yun ng kaso, it's very clear that it is not service-connected. It's not in line of duty. It's in line of their personal whims and caprices na yumaman bigla, kaya ginawa na yun. Pero hindi po yun in performance of duty, Mr. President. Very clear yun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank our colleague,
Thank you for
the former
your
Chief of
inputs,
Police.
Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, I think the answer of the sponsor is very categorical no nga siya eh. So that means, basta andun yung safeguard, just to make sure andun yung safeguard sa law, kasi otherwise, katawa-tawa tayo ron, di ba?
I agree.
As long as the safeguard is there, there is, sana it's very clear who has the responsibility to make the initial determination whether it's service-related or not. At siya ang malalagot kung papalusutin niya ang mga non-service-related at gobyerno pinapagastos niya for the legal defense of his or her colleagues in the unit. So basta klaro lang po yun. I think we just need that very clear safeguard in the law, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. The heads of the respective services, like, for example, the Armed Forces of the Philippines and Philippine National Police, or even the Philippine Coast Guard, are tasked with vetting requests to ensure compliance, Mr. President.
So it's very clear, Mr. President, kung nandiyan naman sa panukalang batas na it is the head of the MUP agency or institution, Mr. President, who is responsible. And should it be abused, anticipate na lang natin yun. Should that be abused, there should also be a corresponding sanction on the head, Mr. President. Ganun
Yes,
na lang
Mr.
po siguro,
President.
Mr. President. Or pwedeng mag-RA 3019 siya, Mr. President. Di ba? Kasi giving
Graft and Corrupt Practices
unwarranted
Act, Mr.
benefits, pwede rin po, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, we congratulate our sponsor kasi I believe this is in response to a certain request or clamor from a sector in our society, especially MUP personnel na kawawa naman kung service-related na and then they spend for their own legal expenses, knowing that yung kanilang role or public function ay talagang takaw kaso because you have to make hard decisions, you have to make decisions affecting other people, and sometimes you make split-second decisions.
Yes.
Yun po siguro, yun po reality nitong mga MUP personnel or offices, Mr. President. So,
Yes,
thank
Mr.
you,
President,
thank
I
you.
would like to thank our good minority leader for propounding very valuable questions, educational questions, and for giving us valuable inputs that tend to enhance this particular bill, and your valuable inputs that prompted our representatives from the various MUPs to clap their hands, Mr. President, in agreement, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I think Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the record, Mr. President, I was about to interpolate today, but I was advised by the Senate President just for the record, that the good sponsor should entertain my amendment in the proper time.
Yes, I will read your
Amendment.
your amendments, and in the proper time, the period of amendments, we will accommodate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, because the issue na sinad ngayon lang ni Minority Leader tungkol doon sa determination of line of duty or service connected is napakahalaga po yun na lagyan
This
ng amendment.
representation will bow to the wisdom of the former chief of the Philippine National Police.
Thank you,
He's
Mr.
very
President.
learned.
Yeah. Kailangan yun. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate,
Pass.
I move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2814.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2814 is hereby suspended.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2906 under Committee Report number 435. This is the bill on the Philippine Agriculturist Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, again, I move to recognize Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. We're now in the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, the sponsor, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just we have amendments already in place, but there's also further amendments to be given by tomorrow when we have a clean copy proposed by Senator Coco Pimentel. But on the onset, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, our Senate President Pro Tem, may I also be made a co-author of his measure. We fully support our men and women in the armed forces of the Philippines and PNP, men in uniformed services, Mr. President. Just for the record.
Yes, we take note of that. The sponsor is already has given his thumbs up sign.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, on page 8, line 19, insert the word agriculture after the word any, and thereafter delete the word course after the word related. In lieu of thereof, replace it with the word degrees. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 21 to 22, delete the phrase finished a minimum of 36 units of agricultural subjects is required to take the licensure examination for agriculture. After the word has, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase completed coursework in agricultural subjects, which shall include 6 foundation subjects. The minimum number of units shall be prescribed by the board. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 22, delete the phrase required to take the licensure examination for agriculture and insert the phrase which shall read as a prerequisite for eligibility to take the licensure examination for agriculture. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 9, line 11, insert the word 5 after the word 70, and thereafter change the numerical figure from 70 to 75. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 10, line 10, insert the phrase prior to the start of the agriculturist licensure examination in 2003 based on the PRC Board of Agriculture Resolution number 2, series of 2003, after the conjunction end. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
This is all subject to style, Mr. President, after the review of our staff. On the same page, between lines 14 to 15, insert a new paragraph as subsection C to read as holders of a regular doctoral degree in agriculture on any of the 6 fields of specialization as specified under section 14 of this Act from a reputable university may apply for registration as agriculturists without examination from the board, provided that such individuals must submit the required documents on their educational attainment and show evidence that they have been active in the practice of agriculture and graduates of agriculture-related undergraduate degrees. The board may require presentation of the doctoral thesis and other evidence and achievement in agriculture. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the
Subject to
amendment is
style.
approved.
On the same page, lines 16 to 18, delete the conjunction "and" after the letter A and insert a comma thereafter. Insert the same conjunction "and" and the letter B and add letter C. Thereafter, delete the phrase "shall apply to applicants who met the above qualifications prior to the year 2003 when the first licensure examination was conducted by the PRC end." I so move, Mr. President, subject to style.
Is there objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
I believe we still have some more amendments, Mr. President. We can just produce a clean copy for the Minority Floor Leader and continue with this by tomorrow, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator
Thank you very
Sabin,
much.
Our sponsor, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2906. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2906 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report number 216. This is the bill granting citizenship to Lee Duan Wang. I so move, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1275, take into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 1284. This is the resolution congratulating and commending Denise Sambuanga for her historic victory as the first Filipina to win the one interim women's atomweight MMA world title.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, can I seek a minute suspension to enable Ms. Denise Sambuanga together with her team?
Mr. President,
Before
Yes.
that, before that, on your motion, Senator Ejercito
Yes.
is recognized.
yes, Mr. President, before we award the resolution to Ms. Denise Zamboanga, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, good evening. I rise today to sponsor Senate Resolution number 1284, congratulating and commending Filipino mixed martial artist Denise Zamboanga for her stellar victory in becoming the one interim women's atomweight champion. Ang tagumpay ni Denise bilang kauna-unahang Pilipinang kampyon ng One Championship, ang pinakamalaking mixed martial arts na organisasyon sa mundo, ay isang tanda na ang mga Pilipina ay may kakayahang makipagsabayan at mangibabaw sa larangan ng sports. Even in the face of adversity, such as the injuries she described just last week, Denise's unwavering determination and faith pushed her forward. Her belief that God will give her the fight is a testament to her spirit and an inspiration to us all. We also recognize Denise's path to victory as paved with dedication and sacrifice. She bravely left the comforts of home and the warmth of her family, including her beloved dog, to pursue her dreams on the world stage. Kinikilala at nagbibigay pugay ang lahat ng iyong makababayan sa kahusayan at katagilaan na pinamalas mo sa buong mundo. Tunay na may pagmamalaki natin si Denise Zamboanga, isang mandirigma, isang inspirasyon, isang tunay na Pilipina. Hindi lamang siya isang kampyon sa loob ng ring, kundi pati sa labas nito. Ang kanyang kwento ay nagpapatunay sa galing at tibay ng loob ng mga Pilipino. Kaya saludo kami sa iyo, Denise, mabuhay ka. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. Since the resolution has already been adopted, we can consider your speech as a manifestation of support.
Yes, Mr. President. Can we suspend, Mr. President, just as previously raised, Mr. President, to enable our compatriot Denise Zamboanga to pose with a good Senate President pro tempore for a historic photograph, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we consider the next measure, Senator Ronald Baton de la Rosa would like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech for Senate Resolution number 1275.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator De La Rosa is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report number 216. This is the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report number 216 is now in order.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and with the conformity of the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, recognize Senator Francis Tolentino, our majority leader, to principally sponsor the measure and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the resumption of the period of interpellation is now in order. Senators Tolentino and Hontiveros are hereby recognized.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Mr. President, when Mr. Wang submitted to the committee the list of names of the corporations he is involved in, did the committee look into whether or not there were companies and affiliations he did not disclose, Mr. President?
The committee, Your Honor, considered the checklist being required by law to enable the committee to determine the propriety as to whether the committee should proceed, similar to the checklist utilized when other persons applied for legislative naturalization, such as a certification for the Bureau of Immigration and Deportation, clearances coming from law enforcement agencies, certified birth certificate, passports, and other required documents. I don't have the checklist here, but the committee was apprised of the applicants' involvement in various corporate as well as civic organizations' activities. So the Committee on Justice, pursuant to our rule, this is Rule 10, Section 29, the Internal Rules of Procedure, looked at the declaration of financial capacity, whether he possesses none of these qualifications under Commonwealth Act 473, whether there's a declaration the applicant, if naturalized, will obey all laws, issuances, rules issued by duly constituted authorities, as well as if there was a declaration, if the applicant understands that any declaration in the application process would be a ground for cancellation of a decree of naturalization, as well as what I mentioned a while ago, the clearances, income tax return for the last 3 years, receipts of income tax payments, duly notarized affidavits of good moral character by at least 2 credible persons, medical certificate coming from a government hospital, photographs, written explanation by the applicant under oath detailing the reasons for inability to comply with the requirements I mentioned, including if there is a certified true copy of a ACR of applicants' minor children. So all of this were submitted to the committee as part of Annex A, and these were all vetted coming from the lower house, because this was pursuant to House Bill number 1318. So in both instances, the appropriate committee of the House of Representatives, as well as your committee here in the Senate, duly vetted all the documentary requirements as well as the testimonial evidence required of the applicant. Your Honor.
Thank you. Good sponsor, Mr. President. Kaya ko po itinatanong, Mr. President, is that my office asked the Securities and Exchange Commission to do a reverse search of the names Mark Ong and Wang Liduan, at ito po yung lumabas. Of this list, 2 corporations jump out. Ito ay yung Avia International Club Incorporated and Powergate Infinity Holdings Corporation. I'll get to Powergate in a minute. Dito muna tayo po sa Avia. Now, we do not know if all those corporations in that list are associated with Mark Ong and Wang Liduan, but we are reasonably sure of Avia International Club and Powergate, and the facts later will demonstrate why. Tama po ba, Mr. President, na kung ikaw ay nag-a-apply na maging Filipino citizen, ay hindi ka pa Filipino citizen, Mr. President?
There's a question here. Pag nag-apply ka pa, you're correct that you should not indicate that you're still you're not yet a Filipino citizen.
Yes, Mr. President. Now, in the Articles of Incorporation and Bylaws of Avia International Club, Mr. Wang, identifying as Mark Ong, actually represented himself to be a Filipino citizen. Eto po. How do we know that this is the same Mark Ong as the one applying for Filipino citizenship now before the Senate? May overlapping incorporators sila. And itong si Justin na nakapangalan sa Articles of Incorporation is likely the same son who appeared in the committee hearing as Justin Wang to support his application. But even more glaringly, Mr. President, Mark Ong and Wang Liduan also seem to have similar signatures. Ayan po. We do not even need to go to the other facts, Mr. President. You cannot be a Filipino citizen while applying to become one. Both facts cannot be true at the same time. This clear lie already suggests bad faith on the part of the applicant. But there is more. We were very interested in this Avia International Club, and in the inquiries we made, we found to our great surprise that Avia International Club is associated with Yatay Spa, which is connected to self-confessed spy Sir Zhejiang. They actually share one building space, Mr. President. And actually, we've heard from some sources that Yatay claims that Avia Club is its subsidiary. Hindi po ba ito nakapagtataka, Mr. President, o nagbibigay man lang ng dahilan para magsiyasat?
So let me answer in quick succession the queries raised by Your Honor. Indeed, there was an application filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission, and apparently, admittedly, the one who signed is now our applicant, but the answer given was that these were all prepared by the accountant, so he was just asked to sign, Mr. President. Even the placing of, he was not assisted by counsel, even the placing of the tax account numbers and all information needed by the Securities and Exchange Commission were prepared by his accountant, Your Honor. So we vetted this. Bakit ganun yung nangyari? Pinapirma lang daw sila to comply with the requirements of the SEC. So perhaps the inadvertence made here on the part of the applicant, who was then an incorporator, was the failure to understand the contents of what was signed from the legal point of view, because this was apparently done with the intent just to facilitate the registration of the same. As to the second question, relative to the building that was occupied by, what was that again? The second, the
Yatay Spa, Mr. President.
Apparently, Mr. President, your committee also conducted an inquiry concerning this, and we'll have some photographs and documents to show, Mr. President, that the building itself, the tenancy of the lease contract of the Avia International Corporation was signed 2013, years before the Yatay, as mentioned, entered into a lease agreement with the landlord. And apparently, from the pictures that I will be showing, Your Honor, the occupants of the building itself are not just the Yatay, or whatever Yatay is, and this Avia International Club. But there are some well-meaning tenants likewise who were there to occupy the leased premises. And if I can show the picture, if I can, I don't have. This is the building that probably Your Honor was referring to. This is in Pasay City. So you would see. Can we do this quickly? Can we do this quickly? So you'll see that there is a Metro supermarket. Can you do this quickly? Next slide, please. There is a McDonald's, which is an international food chain. And then next, please. There's a 7-Eleven. This is near the Resorts World, I think, or this is near Newport City. Next, please. You have a BDO bank, and then you have a RCBC bank. All institutions of recognized institutions, banking institutions, and then the second floor is occupied as a parking space for all the tenants. The banks, the corporate lessees of the building. The third floor was occupied, this is now closed. The third floor was occupied by the Avia, and the fourth floor, which leased the premises. This is a certification from the barangay that this has been closed. And then the fourth floor was the Yatay Spa, who occupied the premises years after the Avia leased the same. So what I'm saying is this, Your Honor, doon naman po sa naturang gusali ay hindi lang naman po yung dalawa ang tenants na umuukupa. Hanggang ngayon po ay nandun pa ang McDonald's, nandun pa, kung saan ang mga pamilya doon sa tagiliran ay kumakain, nandun pa ang 7-Eleven, nandun pa ang mga reputable banking institutions, Banco de Oro, RCBC. There's even a Lawson. Lawson, I think, is like a convenience store. And there are other reputable tenants there. So, yung Avia ay pumunta po doon sa building noong 2013 at si Yatay ay 2017 or 18. So, what I'm trying to point out here is that the mere presence, perhaps, of a lessee or co-lessee is the occupation by a lessee cannot be attributable to a prior lessee or a previous or existing occupant. A leasehold agreement is decided primarily by the landlord selecting whomsoever should occupy the premises as long as it complies with the necessary regulations of the local government unit. So may kita natin, yun naman building ay may mga bangko, merong yung McDonald's ay mga pamilya kumakain, family institution, ganun din yung Lawson, ganun din yung 7-Eleven. So siguro po kung nauna siya at doon din naman nag-collocate yung isa, ay baka hindi naman siguro attributable sa isang lessee kung bakit nandoon yung ibang mga lessors. Hindi naman po magkakakilala yon, lalong-lalo na iba't ibang taon sila pumasok sa lease agreement at iba't iba naman siguro yung nagme-may-ari sa kanila. At ang nagdidesisyon naman po nito, ang bawal lang siguro ay hindi pwede ang Jollibee at ang McDonald's sa isang gusali. Ang nagdidesisyon po nito ay yung may-ari ng building. Ang may-ari po ng building, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ay Angkor Holdings, which is also a reputable land building management developer, which is owned by, if I'm not mistaken, Angkor Holdings is owned by one of our big corporations engaged in leasehold of premises. So, Mr. President, Your Honor, I think the mere presence of a company which, after occupying a premises, should not blot or involve a subsequent or a prior lessee in concluding that the presence of said entity of ill repute can tarnish the other tenants. Definitely, the Thai, whatever Thais, Thai Spa, Yatay, should not blot the record of McDonald's. Definitely, Yatay should not taint whatever corporate identity BDO has maintained and maintaining since its inception. And the same is true with RCBC, which is a big bank, by the way, and Lawson. I think Lawson is likewise of Hong Kong origin, that Lawson food chain. So lahat pong ito ay mere association with a neighbor should not implicate that you're likewise engaged in the same line of business, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. Certainly, I'm not concerned about the relationship of the other occupants of the building. Doon lang talaga nag-zoom in yung atensyon ko sa Avia International Club at sa Yatay Spa na sabi nga ng good sponsor ay may ill repute. Sinasabing the occupation of another lessee can't be attributed to a prior lessee. Pero kung tama yung ilang impormasyong nakukuha namin na Yatay claims Avia as its subsidiary, so hindi accidental, hindi coincidental lang na mag-co-lease doon sa parehong building, even if 4 or 5 years apart. The tenancy at tapos yung sinabi na yung mga papeles na pinirmahan ni Mr. Wang o ni Mr. Ko, hinanda lamang ng accountant and he was merely asked to sign. Pero syempre, alam naman po natin kung saan mang bansa natin gagawin iyon, sa ibang bansa or dito sa Pilipinas, responsable tayo sa pagpipirma niyan. And I will also get to some follow-up questions a little later tungkol doon sa mga inilagay na taxpayers identification number or numbers dahil may tanong din po ako dyan. Kaduda-duda rin naman po na ang isang veteranong negosyante na binibida nga ang negosyo sa aplikasyon sa pagiging Pilipino ay hindi alam ang kanyang pinipirmahan. Of course, that's a matter of great responsibility. And sorry po, Mr. President, pero yung inadvertence cannot be an excuse for wrong nationality na inilalagay sa mga application documents because the question of majority nationality shares is material, for example, to the retail trade industry. So I'd like to make those further points of record na pinagmumula ng pagtataka ko at yung pangangailangan na nagbibigay ng dahilan para sa pagsisiyasat. And we actually dug even deeper po, Mr. President, and looked into this Avia International Club. By all accounts and from the disclosures of my informants, Avia International Club caters to an exclusively Chinese clientele. Bawal mag-walk-in, ha? Kailangan po mag-sign up sa online. And the online form is completely in Chinese. So, sa negosyo nitong gustong maging Pilipino na taong ito, tila hindi bukas para sa Pilipino. So, could the good sponsor weigh in on this, Mr. President?
Mr. President, just to revert back to my to the knowledge of the ownership of the premises, the building is owned by a reputable corporation called MegaWorld. MegaWorld is one of the big corporations engaged in land banking and leasing of business spaces, owned by Mr. Andrew Tan, Mr. President, to place the name on record. So sila po yung nagve-vet noon. Tapos yung tanong po kanina na ito daw na Avia na nandun sa third floor ay nag-cater doon sa mga exclusive ang naging tugon po diyan sa aking pananaliksik ay yung hindi po daw totoo na yun lang po mga Chinese, yun po ay open sa lahat. Nagkataon lang na itong lugar na ito ay malapit po talaga doon sa mga legal na casino. Nandun po yung mga casino natin sa katabi, nandun po yung malapit sa airport, Resorts World na napakalaki. Katapat na ng EIA 3 na pinupuntahan ng ating mga kababayan at ng mga dayuhan. At legal naman po, Mr. President, ang casino sa Pilipinas, sa ngayon po sa napakaraming batas, Republic Act 9487, Presidential Decree 1869. So, nagkataon po na yung pong mga pumapasok doon at nagpapahinga siguro kung sila man ay nagkakasino sa isang legal na operasyon. Ang kasino po hanggang ngayon ay legal. Ang kasino po ngayon ay hindi lamang operated by PAGCOR, kundi pinire-regulate ng PAGCOR at napakarami nating kasino. Meron pong tinatawag kasing junket. Yung junket po, ito yung mga, hindi po bawal ito po yung nagpo-provide ng mga players. Yung junket po ay isang term na yung mga players galing ng Macau, napunta sa Pilipinas, galing ng Hong Kong, galing ng Thailand, napunta sa atin, yung iba naman napunta, alam niyo po, hindi naman ho ako nagkakasino, Mr. President. Ang talagang naalala ko lang napuntahan kasino nung araw, nung bata-bata pa ako, nung hindi ko makakalimutan. Opening po ng kasino sa Atlantic City sa New Jersey. May-ari, presidente ng Amerika mamaya, si Donald Trump. So, yung casino po, may tinatawag na junket. Yung junket po, ito yung mga high-rolling gamblers. So, ito po yung nagpo-provide ng transportation, accommodation, meals, entertainment, in exchange for the customer's commitment to play games, which is legal. Legal. So, yung casino, meron tayong casino junkets, meron ding corporate junkets. So, ang pumupunta raw po dito, yung mga very important members ng junket. So talagang nagiging limitado dahil siyempre sila lang yung magkakakilala kung magkano yung kanilang pinupusta. So baka ang naiisip ng iba ay very exclusive yung
If I may
pinapasok.
interrupt with the
Yes, Mr.
permission of the
President.
two senators. Ang pagkakalam ko, ang junket, hindi pwedeng pumasok ang mga Filipino gamblers. Am I correct? Lahat ito foreigners.
Kadalasan po ganon.
Hindi pwede pumasok ang mga Pilipino dyan. No Filipino players are allowed to enter dito sa junket.
Yun din po yung information namin dito sa AVIA,
So kung
Mr.
Chinese,
President.
Chinese. Kung Japanese, Japanese lang yata.
Singapore yan.
Yes.
Kasi galing nga po ng ibang bansa.
Yes.
Pag tayo naman nag-junket doon sa ibang bansa, doon naman tayo mapupunta doon sa mga tinitigilan, siguro ng mga kababayan natin. Baka ganun po siguro ang naging uri ng...
Ang alam ko talaga pag junket, hindi pwedeng maglaro sa casino ang mga Filipino citizens.
Actually, Mr.
High rollers.
President, good sponsor, may follow-up questions din ako mamaya ng konti tungkol dun sa junket. Pero at least na-establish po natin na yung isang primary corporation ng aplikante natin ay nag-exclude po sa mga Pilipino. Kahit siya po ay di umano nag-a-apply para sa Filipino citizenship, Mr. President.
Not necessarily, Mr. President, that in terms of discrimination per se. But as what the good Senate President mentioned, the term junket holds a unique definition which would entail a combination of elements in the travel industry, high rollers in the form of casino, which again I underscore is legal, as well as a casino-based tourism arrangement between casinos and junket operators. Ang magkakakausap dito yung casino operators at yung junket operators. Sila po yung nagdadala ng players doon sa Pilipinas. So kung saan nila dadalhin yon, Sangayon sa kanilang kasunduan, wala naman silang ginagawang kasalanan, and this is a practice all over the world. Pag nag-travel ka at ikaw ay high roller, natural, pupunta ka doon sa lugar na palagay mo ikaw ay safe, ikaw ay accommodate, at kasama sa bayad mo yon, Mr. President. All expenses paid trip na, yung pamasahe mo, yung hotel accommodation, yung iyong pagpapahinga, at pati yung pagbalik mo, Mr. President. Pati yung security.
Sa pagkakalam ko, halos lahat ng mga casino rito which are being operated by PAGCOR or being regulated by PAGCOR, meron yan kanya-kanyang junket.
Correct.
Pumunta ko sa Soler, may sariling junket yan. Sa Resorts World, may sariling junket yan. Okada, may sariling junket yan. Siguro halos lahat ng mga casinos dito, may sarili silang junket na hindi pwedeng maglaro ang mga Pilipino.
So
Mr.
sila yung
President,
magkakasama kasi...
Yes, good sponsor. Mr. President, good sponsor. Sabi nga, may unique definition ang junket. It wasn't only unique until this plenary debate, pero hindi siya dinisclose sa komite. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, pupunta po ako dyan mamaya sa junket, pero ang punto lang sa ngayon, wala pong lumabas tungkol dito sa mga pagdinig ng komite. Hindi doon dinisclose ng aplikante. Hindi siya forthright about that earlier in this process.
By the way,
At ang mga dinidisclose ng business sa komite, walang gambling o junket. Tama po? Isang hearing ang kinonduct, wala siyang minention doon na any gambling connections niya, Mr. President. Tama po ba, good sponsor?
Mr. President, at the outset, I reiterate continuously that junket is not illegal. Junket is a mere effective tourism marketing tool to incentivize customers to promote travel, to promote a casino, which is legal. All our casinos have hotels, employ thousands. So junket per se is not illegal. Their junket is a way of promoting a casino as well as promoting tourism in the Philippines, bringing in players here, promoting employment. There is nothing wrong with that as long as they comply with the regulations promulgated by PAGCOR, existing laws. I mentioned the laws a while ago, and as long as they actively participate in promoting the travel industry. So a junket agreement is not per se illegal, Mr. President. Bringing high roller players probably to a casino is not an illegal venture. It is more of a marketing concept designed to protect, to entice casino players to go to a certain country.
I agree.
But to reiterate,
Otherwise, kanya-kanyang hilahan po yan ng player. So ito, para po yung cruise sama-sama kayo Isa lang yung travel agent nyo, sama kayo sa barko. Diba?
but the point, just to reiterate, good sponsor, Mr. President, is a selective disclosure. Kung hindi nga illegal, bakit hindi sinabi sa komite? Bakit niya inilihim kaya?
I think, Mr. President, that was not the intention likewise of the committee.
The applicant, Mr. President, not
The applicant, perhaps the applicant just complied with the requirements required by the committee, the checklist. So, yung checklist naman po, nagbabayad ka ba ng buwis? Nagbabayad yung income tax return mo for the past 3 years. Siguro, nandun din yun sa mga binayaran niyang buwis. Ikaw ba ay may sakit? Ikaw ba ay may NBI clearance? Ito po yung checklist. So, wala po ako nakikitang nilabag dahil meron naman declaration ng financial capacity. Wala po ako nakitang nilabag dahil merong nilihim. Bagkos, nakikita ko po, kung ikaw ay isang illegal at merong kang masamang balak o tangka sa bansang Pilipinas, ay hindi ka lalantad para i-expose yung sarili mo, ito yung mga dokumento ko, ito yung pamilya ko, at dumaan sa isang proseso. Napakarami na ho nating hearing dito na lumalabas na yung iba ay nagawa ng fake na birth certificate, yung iba ay nagawa ng fake na passport, kung ano-ano pa. Subalit yung ating applicant ay nasa open. Nasa open po siya, fire volunteer, brigade member, nag-apply, dumaan sa proseso, subject to humiliation and embarrassment just to be a Filipino. So, sa paglabas pa lamang po, wala akong nakikitang merong ikinukubli. Kung siya po ay may kinukubli, ay hindi na kailangan dumaan sa ganitong proseso. Palagay ko po itong ating interpellation ngayon at yung pagdadalo niya, ay baka ito'y pang 12 na simula sa umpisa. Kasi kung isasama pa ho yung sa House of Representatives, ay baka pang 16 na ho ito o 18, pati yung dinaan ng proseso sa House. So, the mere fact that you are open enough to subject yourself to public scrutiny and embarrassment, humiliation, is a proof that there is nothing being hidden. At lahat naman po ay dinaanan na dumaan sa lower house, sa House of Representatives, kung saan nagkaroon din po ng ganito sigurong debate. At ito rin po, ako po ang chairman ng Committee on Justice and Human Rights, dumaan din po sa pagtatanong in a public hearing, which was streamlined in various social media platforms. So, wala po ako nakikitang kinukubli na, in fact, ulitin ko, pati yung mga anak na nag-aral dito sa San Juan, sa Immaculate Conception, sa Lasal, sa Xavier, ay very open na to embrace Filipino citizenship. And they've been staying here ever since. Kung sila man po ay merong kinukubli at ginawang masama, sa palagay ko po ay hindi na dapat sila dumaan sa ganitong proseso. Lalong-lalo na kung ating iisipin na 2 beses na pong hinir ito sa House, 2 Congresses. Yung una, yung 18th Congress, ay nakapasa na rin sa House. Yung 19th Congress, umulit uli. Ito pasok sa Senado. So, wala po ako nakikita, Mr. President, Your Honor, that there is something being hidden akin to bad faith on the part of the applicant. And your committee has done everything to scrutinize this. Even, alam nyo, Mr. President, kung merong tao siguro na nakatuon sa aspeto ng espionage, ako na po yun. Lalong-lalo na yung nangyari yung revelation kanina ng National Bureau of Investigation na merong espiya sa China doon sa malapit sa EDCA sites. Alam niyo naman po, Mr. President, kung merong nakatingin lagi sa espionage, hindi lang sa labas, maging sa submersible drones, ay ako po yun. Hindi ko po palalampasin na magkaroon ng makalusot na merong mag-iispiya sa ating bansa.
Salamat, Mr. President. I will get to one related question about espionage later. Pero sa ngayon, the fact stands na yung facts tungkol sa Avia International Club na lumalabas na importante dahil isang marketing and promotion method siya, etc., ay hindi dinisclose sa komite ng ating aplikante. So, dako naman po tayo, Mr. President,
Before
sa
that, Senator Risa,
Powergate Infinity Holdings. Yes, Mr. President.
May I know what is the nature of business of this Avia Club?
As far as we know, so it's called Avia International Club. Per our information, it's averred to be a subsidiary of the Yatay Spa, and it caters to an exclusively Chinese clientele, Mr. President. Avia Leisure Club, Mr. President.
So, spa lang yan, spa?
No, yung Yatay po ang spa. And reportedly, subsidiary niya itong Avia Leisure Club, Mr. President.
So what do they do inside the club? I mean,
Well,
do they have the necessary mayor's permit or?
ang listed po na primary purpose niya sa kanyang business papers, Mr. President, itong Avia International Club, Inc., is to establish, operate, and maintain restaurants, coffee shops, refreshment parlors, cocktail lounges, KTV, disco, and cater foods, Mr. President.
So I think that is legal. They have the necessary mayor's permit and everything.
We'll look into that, Mr. President. So again, if they're so regular, bakit hindi dinisclose sa ating komite in this important process of
So you mean to
considering
say
the
this
application,
nominee
Mr.
is
President?
the owner of that particular club?
He is one of the incorporators, Mr.
Incorporator,
President.
sorry.
Yes, Mr. President. So, dako na po ako, Mr. President. Yes, good sponsor.
Yung Avia po ay KTV, karaoke.
Karaoke lang.
Karaoke, yung KTV.
Listed po siya.
Opo.
Isa
So,
po yan sa mga
KTV
negosyo niya.
siguro, ito yung nag-entertain ng mga junket nga. So, magiinuman doon. Yung KTV, I don't think
So
KTV
exclusively for foreign nationals, especially Chinese?
Yung mga high rollers.
Yes.
Oo.
No Filipinos allowed?
Kayo po nagsabi nung kanina, usually
Sa junket yun.
Junket,
I'm talking
oo.
about the junket.
Yes, oo.
No Filipino players
Kasi
are allowed to play.
I don't think KTVs are, kahit saan akong probinsya nag-iikot ngayon, nakakita ako ng KTV ho eh. So, hindi ho, there's nothing
It's
wrong
open
with
to everybody.
Yes,
Even
yun ang alam ko.
Filipinos.
Pero, siyempre, kung ikaw ay hindi high roller, eh, may hiya ka naman pumunta ron. Di ba? magkaka...
No, is it open to ordinary Filipinos?
Yes, I was informed, yes. Kasi nga, ulitin ko ulit. Yung building na yon ay building na hindi naman decrepit o patagutagong building. Building po yun ni Mr. Andrew Tan. At nandun nga yung Lawson, BDO, RCBC. Reputable po yun. Nauna si Abia, nandun. Tapos yung nagtayo yung isang binabanggit kanina. Sa pagitan po ay merong parking lot. So, open lahat po yun. Nadadaanan natin yun pag tayo pupunta sa airport, malapit sa Terminal 3. Hanggang ngayon, nag-ooperate po yung building kasi may mga bangko nga nandun. So, hindi po to katulad ng mga building na ni-raid sa kung saan-saan. May McDonald's nga ho eh. Di ba ho? May Lawson.
So nakapunta na po kayo ron sa club?
Hindi pa. Hindi pa. May picture lang ako, Mr. President.
Hindi kasi ako mahilig sa nightclub. Baka kayo mahilig sa nightclub.
May picture ako dito, Mr. President. Baka imbitahan niyo ako, hindi na ako nainom, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may continue,
Yes,
we
please.
have contrary information that Avia International Club or Leisure Club is not open to Filipinos. So I will leave that at this point kasi dako naman po tayo, Mr. President, sa Powergate Infinity Holdings. We know that in the 2019 GIS of the company, and Mr. Wang was listed as director, so ito po yung 2019 GIS ng Powergate Infinity Holdings, kung saan listed bilang director si Mr. Wang.
Saan siya dito?
Yan po. Bagamat wala na siya sa 2021 GIS. Sure din po tayo dito dahil ang TIN, kanina pinag-uusapan namin ng good sponsor, yung Taxpayers Identification Number, yung TIN at yung address na sinubmit ni Mr. Wang sa Senate ay match po sa TIN at address na sinubmit niya sa Powergate. So yung unang tanong ko po, Mr. President, tungkol sa Powergate, is this company a security company, Mr. President?
My understanding of Powergate Infinity Holdings is that this is an international listed company under Code 1009 known as International Entertainment Corporation, which is primarily based in Hong Kong. So talagang ang gusto nila ay mag-operate din ng casino dito sa Hyatt, Old Casino Hyatt Hotel in Malate. So yung mga high rollers, yung mga incorporators ay gustong magtayo dito, subalit noong nagdesisyon na ilipat ang operation sa Cebu, siya ay nag-withdraw na at hindi sumali as can be gleaned from a new GIS which was issued by the Securities and Exchange Commission last February 22, 2023. And again, I reiterate that operating a casino is not illegal per se. So, ang mga bumubuo po ngayon ng kanilang korporasyon, yung korporasyong ito, ay merong mga Pilipino, merong Taiwanese, siguro sila yung nagkapital. And for the information of the good Your Honor, I can provide you a copy of the latest Securities and Exchange Commission documents. If I may ask the page to provide the good Your Honor, a copy of this para makita
Thank
niyo
you,
po
good
ito yung
sponsor.
latest.
So
Opo.
Powergate is not a security company, Mr. President.
It is no, definitely it is not engaged in securities transaction.
No, Mr. President, not securities or financial transactions, pero ang Powergate hindi po siya security company. Hindi po siya nagbibigay ng security services.
No,
Tama po
Mr.
ba?
President, I was informed it is not.
Alright. Kaya ko po tinatanong, Mr. President, it seems that a representative of this company, of Powergate, was identified as an accomplice in a kidnapping case involving a Chinese national in Naiya back in November 2022. And interestingly enough, 2 of those arrested are former reservists and uniformed personnel. One of them was even identified as a customer service representative of Powergate. At ito po yung naging article dyan sa kidnapping case na iyon, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, I was informed.
Yan po.
And as the Her Honor would know from a perusal of the document I just provided her, that the applicant has no connection now whatsoever, even during that date when that alleged kidnapping transpired. Again, Mr. President, I really believe that in this instance, we have to highlight the importance of several Supreme Court decisions here. There can be no guilt by association. Kung nangyari po ito, hindi na siya miyembro, hindi naman po lahat kung sino man itong mga, gaya po niyan, Philippine Army Reservist. Ako po, general ng Philippine Army Reserve. Marami po member ng Philippine Army Reserve. Hindi naman po ako involved dito. So, sa ginawa nitong taong ito. So, we are always guided by the principle that the person acts on good faith and a man's own acts are binding upon himself and not a third party or a third person, Mr. President. So, wala pong koneksyon ito sa applicant natin kung yung dating korporasyon na siya ay naging kaanib ay merong tiwali na empleyado, ay palagay ko hindi naman ibig sabihin na dati siyang associated doon na hindi na siya kasali ngayon ay would be reflective of his guilt likewise. There is no conspiracy, there is no attempt whatsoever to be involved in this kidnapping. So, maaari po siguro may ginawa itong mga ito, pero that cannot be attributed to him. And then again, Mr. President, your committee was guided by an NBI clearance, certifying that he has no pending case, and I have here the copy of the NBI clearance, signed by the new lead designated appointed NBI Director Judge Jaime Santiago. We have a National Police Commission clearance signed by General Bakay, and we have not only that, we have a Bureau of Immigration certification that is not listed in a blacklist or immigration lookout. We have this is confidential, but I'm willing to share this with Your Honor. Your Honor, we have a PNP Directorate for Intelligence clearance. We have a top secret clearance likewise from the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, which I cannot share, I cannot show on the screen, but I'll show this to Her Honor. And we have a Department of Foreign Affairs clearance as well, na wala pong naging kaso or involvement whatsoever sa kriminalidad. So, handa po akong ipakita po ito sa inyo, Your Honor. Papaabot ko sa page at hihilingin ko uli na masoli din sa akin. Kasi,
Of course, Mr. President.
top secret po itong iba. Ayun.
Yes, Mr. President.
Salamat,
With the
Mr.
indulgence,
President.
Mr. President.
Yes,
may I
Senator,
recognize?
is recognized with
Yes,
the
sir, with
permission
the
of the two senators.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of our Deputy Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President.
When I saw Mark Ong here a few months ago, I recognized him, no, because he is also a co-parent. His sons are studying in Xavier School and ICA. And likewise, I did my own research. I asked also Yusek Gilbert Cruz of the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Task Force if Mark Ong has any records. But as far as they are concerned, he is not involved in POGO, but only from what they know, yung pong binanggit kanina majority leader, talagang sa junket po, junket operations. And he has no other criminal records in the task force, no? Just for the information of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a record, and I hardly need to reassure the good sponsor that Mr. Wang is not on trial. Ang topic lang po talaga, pero napakahalaga, ay yung pribilehiyong gawing Pilipino. So, any question that we have about his associations and even past associations, importanteng maput on record. Lalo na't, halimbawa, yung isang importanteng bagay sa junket, hindi niya nasabi sa komite. So, at least here, in the plenary debate, we can make of record, for example, na yung isang kumpanya na dati siyang direktor ay na lumabas sa balita in relation to a serious kidnapping case. But my office also looked, Mr. President, at the succeeding directors of Powergate. Ito po, ifa-flash din po namin. And we were, yung succeeding pa po yata, and we were surprised at what we saw. One of the succeeding directors is one Charlie Tan, accused of smuggling and bribery and believed to be a member of the so-called Davao Group. May article po kami dun kay Mr. Tan. So, doesn't this raise red flags? Again, Mr. President, we're not saying he's guilty, but don't all these red flags raise warnings in our head about this person, Mr. President?
Mr. President, if we can flash again on the screen the names, Mr. President. So you'll notice, Mr. President, that during this period of time of the corporate existence, our applicant is no longer a member. He is no longer a member of the Powergate. So makikita natin na kung sino man ang pumalit sa kanya, tanggapin ang Powergate bilang direktor o kung ano man, ay does not reflect on the character or integrity of the said person. I think I was the one who provided I likewise provided Her Honor a copy of kaya pala wala na yung kopya ko rito, binigay ko po sa inyo. Your Honor. So wala po siya diyan. 2021 po, wala na po siya sa Powergate. Hindi na siya involved diyan kasi nga yung mga kausap niya, ang usapan ay tutulong siya dito lang sa Maynila, lumipat bigla ng Cebu operations. Kaya siguro hindi na siya kasali dito. So kung sino man yung pumalit sa kanya, I think he cannot be accused of fraternally associating with whomsoever are members now of the corporation, Mr. President. Again, I reiterate, there can be no guilt by association. A man's own acts are binding only upon himself. Hindi po pwedeng i-implicate yung isang tao sa isang gawain na hindi naman siya kasali o kaya hindi niya ginawa. Yan po ay napakaliwanag sa Dedoro versus Vinoya at napakarami na hong na desisyon ng kaso ng ating kataas-taasang hukuman. So, kung ito po ay magpapalit uli ng mga board of directors next year or 2 years from now na talagang mga masasamang tao, ay palagay ko po ang may pagkukulang na dito ay yung korporasyon na hindi nila pinili yung kanilang direktor na tama o baka may pagkukulang din ang Securities and Exchange Commission na hindi nasala kung sino man yung mga nalalagay po dyan. At kagaya po nung lumalabas ngayong balita sa SSS, hindi pala SSS yun, mali ata ako, baka sa ibang bansa yun. Maraming patay na binigyan ng mga pensyon. So, hindi rin nasala. So, it is cannot be imputed on the part of the applicant himself.
Senator Risa,
Yes, Mr. President.
what is the nature of business of Gateway?
This is in Powergate,
Powergate.
Infinity Holdings, Mr. President.
Is this
We're
a
checking
business-
further,
Yeah.
Mr. President. And again, to reiterate, Mr. President, kanina po, minake of record ko na Mr. Wang is not on trial. So, hindi rin po itungkol sa guilt. Ito po ay tungkol sa desirability of granting yung hinihinging pribilehiyo ng Filipino citizenship sa aplikante. And may I also make of record, Mr. President, that one of the documents shared by the good sponsor himself with this representation contains matters regarding Mr. Wang in relation to the matter of underground banking, particularly underground cryptocurrency trading. And as for
Mr.
fraternal
President,
association, I will ask a related question about fraternal association with another person who has caused concern to the Senate sa mga nakaraang investigasyon natin, Mr.
President, if I may quickly react. The person referred to by Her Honor is not the same lead Wang applicant. Iba po yon, may kapangalan siya na taga Laguna na 37 years old na call center agent na nahuli sa Laguna for scamming. So hindi po 37 years old itong applicant natin, baka 37 na yung anak niya. So hindi po siya yon, may certification po doon na ibang tao po yon, kapangalan lang. At yung tanong naman po ng ating Senate President Pro Temp, yung Powergate Infinity, ang pakay pala nito ay mag-manage ng casino na hindi naman po bawal kasi legal po ang casino. Hindi lang natuloy sa Maynila kaya umalis na siya, sa Cebu na raw nag-operate. Kung saan sa Cebu ay hindi ko na po alam.
Ino-operate ang casino?
Nagmamanage.
Nagmamanage. Junket na naman.
Hindi ko po alam. Management of casino can involve a lot of things.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can move on to another question,
Your
good
casino
sponsor.
operation, Mr. President, not junket. And then,
Yes, Mr.
sana po
President.
napaliwanag. Ibang tao po yung binabanggit kanina. Yung lead one ay bata po yun na merong ACR, merong working visa ng BID na na-cancel na po at talagang na-involve sa online scam. Iba pong tao yun. Kapangalan.
The good sponsor and I will have to agree to disagree on that, Mr. President. Dahil bagamat may lumalabas sa mga searches ng iba't ibang Filipino name, pero iisa lamang po yung alam kong Wang Lead One na pinag-uusapan natin. So if I could move on to another question, Mr. President. Is Mr. Wang connected with a company operating with the name Nine Dynasty, Mr. Underground cryptocurrency service, targeted to be one of the largest, if not the largest, in Asia. So, bakit po yung pangalan po ni Mr. Wang listed as the identified representative and junket operator of Nine Dynasty, Mr. President?
Ang nangyayari po, Mr. President, nagdadala lang siya ng player. Yun po yung kanyang naging role doon, pero hindi siya ang may-ari nitong 9 o 99 ba ho yan? 9
Nine Dynasty, Mr. President.
Opo.
So, nagdadala po siya ng player. So, hindi naman po
Hindi bawal po yun. Hindi po yun bawal.
At saka hindi po mutually exclusive sa pagiging identified representative at junket operator ng Nine Dynasty, Mr. President. At I'm showing a photo here, Mr. President. Can the good sponsor confirm if this is indeed Lidan Wang in the ribbon-cutting ceremonies of Nine Dynasty? Siya po ba ito, Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes.
In the middle. Because
In the middle.
he is
Yes,
a
Mr.
VVIP player who brings here BBIP category players.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ano po ang sabi po sa akin, pag ikaw daw po ay nagdala ng player, meron ka komisyon sa hotel, sa mga restaurant, sa junket operations. Doon meron siyang kinikita doon. Kaya ginawa siyang guest of honor dito dahil siya yung nagdadala pinagtiwalaan ng ilang players.
Yes, Mr. President. So, nagdadala po siya ng VIP players from which he earns a commission at dito sa photo na ito, sabi ng good sponsor sila yung guest of honor.
Isa sa mga guest kasi maraming tigagupit.
Yes, one of the guests of
Maraming
honor.
ribbon, maraming bulaklak.
And can the good sponsor identify the person to the right of Mr. Wang in this photo?
Wala po akong kilala dito, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba yan si Mr. Duan Renwu?
Hindi ko
And
po
I'll flash
kilala.
a photo po of
Wala
Mr.
po akong kilala dyan. Opo, wala akong nare-recognize dyan, Your Honor. Hindi ko po, ngayon ko lang nakita yung litratong yan.
Kung gayon, Mr. President, good sponsor, I think meron din akong photo dyan ni Mr. Duan Renwu. At para po sa kabatiran or pagpapaalala sa lahat, si Duan Renwu po ang big boss ng Porac Pogo. Kinikilala pong ninong ni Cassandra o Cassie Leong at wanted fugitives sa China. So, does it inspire confidence in us that the applicant is an associate of a wanted fugitive, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I was informed that yung nabanggit niyong pangalan, hindi ko na nga ma-recite uli, ay player po sa isang junket dahil ang casino naman po ay legal sangayon sa umiiral na batas. At habang tayo po ay nagsasalita, ay ang casino po ay bukas pa at napakaraming casino po sa ating bansa. So, kung siya man ay nirecognize niya kung sino, ay uulitin ko po na yung sinasabi ko kanina, mere association, most notably through a photograph, cannot be ascribed to a person's guilt. Guilt cannot be inferred solely by association, photographs, or a photo with someone accused of a crime. Tayo naman po lahat ang daming nagpapa-selfie. At sa dami na ng litrato, siguro darating ang panahon na yung nagpalitrato sa atin ay baka hindi rin kanais-nais na tao. So will that be an association by guilt likewise? Hindi po. So dito po sa larawang nandito, hindi ko po ma-judge yan. Siguro merong isang ribbon cutting kung ano man. But ulitin ko po, yung matatagal na at malalim na doktrina na even mere presence at the scene of the crime without which does not make a person a principal, an accomplice or accessory. There must be clear evidence showing the participation to commit an offense. I don't see any offense yet here, Mr. President, dito sa larawan na nakikita ngayon.
Again, Mr. President, we are not talking about offense, let alone crime, at hindi po ito trial. Ito po ay pagre-raise ng mga, hindi lang kakaunti, marami-raming reasons for concern about this application. So, dito, si Mr. Duan Renwu na nasa photo, sabi nga ng good sponsor ay player sa junket. Siya po ba ay isa sa mga VIP players na dinala ni Mr. Wang para maglaro sa
Hindi
Nine
ko po alam,
Dynasty?
Your Honor, hindi ko rin alam yung binanggit yung pangalan kung sino dyan.
Ay,
Para magkakamukha na lahat sila.
hindi naman po, Mr. President. At I give the good sponsor more credit dahil isa po sila sa dumalo sa ating mga pagdinig tungkol sa Pogo at naging famous or infamous yung pangalan ni Duan Rien Bujan. And speaking of actions that are or can be attributable to Mr. Wang, isang bagay na klarong ginawa ni Mr. Wang ay itago ang ilang piling business interests niya. At sa ganitong mga susunod ko pang mga tanong at itong tanong, nagmumukhang may rason, Mr. President. Ito po kasing yung Avia International Club also provides junkets for Nine Dynasty. Tama ba, Mr. President?
Maaari po, tama po yan. Pero ulitin ko po na hindi naman siya actively involved doon sa nabanggit nyo na operations ng ABIA. Kita nyo po itong pinapakita nyo, Soler Resort and Casino. Yan po ay is a legal, very legal establishment. Yan dyan po sa taas. So wala pong mali dyan. Marami hong, hanggang ngayon, may bago pang bukas na Soler ata sa Quezon City sa North.
But this, Mr. President,
there is nothing illegal in going to a casino, Mr. President.
Mr. President, ito po ay listahan ng Nine Dynasty na mga junket operators niya. At
Which is also legal, Mr. President.
At
nagdadala ng mga customer sa hotel, sa casino. Casino is a legal business operation. Tayo po ay minsan naimbitahan din pag yung kung hindi ako nagkakamali, yung huling punta ko sa casino, yung Metro Manila Film Festival, legal naman po yung casino. Mausok nga lang. Mausok, Mr. President. Kaya I don't see anything wrong with a casino. It is legal. It is allowed by law. Its operation is regulated by PAGCOR under PD 1869 as amended by Republic Act 9487. And our government continues to receive a critical amount to finance some of our big public hospitals, including sports, and a lot of other things, Mr. President. So,
all the more reason, Mr. President, na kapag tataka na if all of this is legal anyway, if all of this is beneficial anyway sa Pilipinas, kung bakit hindi binanggit ni Mr. Wang sa komite. Yun po yung isang pinagtatakhan ko. Because I'm not saying it's illegal. I am saying he concealed this from the committee, Mr. President.
Ang sagot po doon, Mr. President, during that time, hindi naman siya member na nung ABIA. O nung Prime, hindi na siya kasali doon. Nung nag-hearing, 2021 po siya, wala na siyang involvement sa Prime. Ngayon, nung nag-hearing, Powergate ba? Powergate. So ngayon ay 2020, nag-hearing ata ay 2024. So wala na talaga siya, no? Kahit nung 18th Congress, hindi na rin siya.
Pero hindi rin po siya, Mr. President, nag-disclose ng links niya sa Avia at sa Nine Dynasty, which is identified bilang isa sa mga nag-avail of ng junket operation services ng mga tulad ng Avia International Club. So kung lahat nito ay maayos,
we were guided by the checklist of the committee. Hindi naman nakalagay doon na na-involved ka ba sa junket. Hindi naman nakalagay doon na ikaw ba ay nagkakasino. So, ang presumption po dito, Mr. President, your committee worked hard to engage the services of other government agencies to secure the documents required of a person applying for a legislative naturalization decree. So lahat po yun ay natupad naman po as of the date na nag-hearing po yung ating committee.
Yes, Mr. President. So, has the committee been made aware of the nature of activities of Mr. Wang, Mr. President?
Opo, yung lumabas po sa committee ay yung sila ay nagsimula ng merong palayan sa Isabela, gawaan ng tsinelas, at nagkaroon ng negosyo na umunlad naman sa pagtatayo ng mga gusali na ginagamit bilang lagayan ng palay. Yun po yung mga, sa naalala ko. Matagal-tagal
Yes,
na
Mr.
kasi yun,
President.
Mr. President.
Opo. But again, wala kasi akong nakita dahil hindi niya ibinigay sa komite mga impormasyon tungkol sa pogo o gambling o cryptocurrency. And I hope na at least na-appreciate
Isa-isahin ko po,
natin na
Mr. President.
itong impormasyon lumalabas na ngayon kesa
Isa-isahin ko po,
later,
Mr. President. Hindi po siya na-involved sa Pogo. Okay? And during the hearings, Mr. President, yung Pogo po ay, kung ito man ay illegal ngayon, yung Pogo naman po during those days, legal pa yon. May mga legal pang Pogo. Hindi rin po nabuksan yung cryptocurrency kasi wala naman po sa records yun, wala sa checklist na, alam niyo po, Mr. President, pwede kong banggitin ngayon, 25 executive orders will be issued day after tomorrow by President Trump. And one of the executive orders would involve institutionalization of cryptocurrency in the United States. And that would have a big effect, not just in the United States, but in the world's economy. So lahat po ito malilegalize na, Mr. President. You will see this unfold 2 days from now. So cryptocurrency per se is not bad. Bitcoin is not bad. Ethereum is not bad. So 2 days from now, lalabas po lahat yung executive order. 25 yon. Pero binanggit ko lang po yon kasi we're jumping the gun. Cryptocurrency is not bad. Hindi casino operations, gambling, casino is not also illegal. Diba? So I don't see any reason to disclose something which is not being asked of and something which is not illegal when the hearing was conducted. And that includes, perhaps, I'm not defending this, you have mentioned this, I have joined you in the various committee reports, and records will show, even if you look at existing legislative records, I was not one of the signatories when the POGO legalization law was signed. Hindi po ako nakapirma doon, Mr. President. Kaya kampi niyo ako rito. Kaya
Precisely, Mr.
itong
President.
POGO, hindi ito pinag-usapan kasi nung panahong yon, legal pa ito sa mata ng batas. Itong casino, hanggang ngayon legal pa ito. At itong nabanggit niyong cryptocurrency, 48 hours pa ho siguro. Makikita niyo po yung legalization nito sa ibang jurisdiction, which will have an impact in our jurisdiction likewise.
And again, Mr. President, nadadagdagan tuloy yung listahan ng mga bagay na dati ay hindi pa illegal or hanggang ngayon ay legal. Pero kung bakit hindi dinisclose ng ating aplikante sa komite ay nagbibigay ng impression talaga na hindi completely forthright. So kanina po napag-uusapan natin. Pag-uusapan natin kanina, Mr. President, ang espionage. So, Mr. President, do you think it should disqualify an applicant from Filipino citizenship if he is a member of a group that could possibly be involved in malign foreign influence, Mr. President?
Siguro po, hindi po dapat siya maging Pilipino kung siya ay isang espiya.
Opo, Mr. President.
Kakampi niyo po ako dyan. At kung matatandaan niyo, Mr. President, ako pa ho yung nagpalipat nung hearing ni Alice Go sa tamang husgado. Kung hindi po, na-dismiss na yon. Nakalagay, pinipilit na hearing sa Tarlac. Kung hindi tayo nag-hearing po nun, hindi naman sa pagbubuhat ng sariling bangko, ay na-dismiss po yun. So pinalipat natin sa Valenzuela RTC, nag-assume ng concurrent jurisdiction ng Pasig. Ngayon po ay malapit ng sintensyahan siguro. So,
salamat, Mr. President.
Kasama niyo po ako sa ganyan layunin, Mr. President.
Dahil ganun nga po, Mr. President, good sponsor, we retrieved information from a Chinese website that Mr. Wang was inducted as the new chairman of the Philippine Jinjiang Yuxi Association. This association is connected to the network of hometown associations established in the Philippines. He is seen in this photo, third from left, in the first row. Ito po yung fina-flash po namin, Mr. President. He can also be seen in the third row, first photo from the left, being handed over a seal by former chairperson Wang Honglao. This organization, Mr. President, is part of the United Front work of the Communist Party of China. And take note po, 2023, ang balita pong ito, kaya bagong-bago pa lang siya chairperson. So I have to question where Mr. Yang's loyalties would lie if we grant him Filipino citizenship by the Philippine Senate, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I was informed that although perhaps the picture might be accurate, that he has no association with the Communist Party of China, or even if there is a Communist Party of the Philippines right now. And during the hearings, Mr. President, under oath, he reaffirmed, and up to this date continues to reaffirm his love for the Philippines. Similar to the other applicants which this chamber whose applications approved. Nung isang araw lang kaharap ko yung si Kulas. Si Kulas marunong na magtagalog. So wala pong ang dami po kasing mga association pag nagpunta kayo sa Binondo, mga kung ano-anong association of lahat siguro ng mga magkakaapelyido na hindi ko naman naintindihan yan, association po yung tawag sa kanila. Pero again, Mr. President, we stand by the weight of the evidence presented during the committee hearings that he is not in any way part of the Communist Party of China.
But Mr. President, he is the new chair of the Philippine Xinjiang UC Association, Mr. President.
It's not true, Mr. President. He's not the chairman, whatever Xinjiang is.
But is he a member of the Philippine Xinjiang UC Association?
Filipino-Chinese Chamber of Commerce, which I think is a reputable and
It's a Filipino organization, Mr.
Filipino-Chinese
President.
Chamber of Commerce. He's a vice chairman, and it's an association of Filipino and Chinese business groups. And one of the
And it's a Filipino organization,
yes,
Mr. Chair.
ang presidente po yun ang alam ko, yung gumawa ng Happy Toothpaste, yung si De Pedro, Cecilio De Pedro. Minsan pinadadalhan ako noon ng Happy Toothpaste, sabi ko gumagamit ako Colgate. So reputable organization po ito. Sila po yung may mga fire brigade sa Iloilo, sa Bacolod, sa Naga, sa Binondo. So kaya pala siguro siya ay fire brigade din. Volunteer din siya ng fire brigade sa Ermita. Siya ay bumbero din sa Ermita. So yun po yung mga ganitong asosasyon sa pagkakaalam ko, Mr. President.
I'm definitely not worried, Mr. President, about the PCCI. Dahil ako nga yung nagsabi kanina, it's a Filipino organization. Pero sa presensya ni Mr. Wang sa photos na ito, kung hindi siya bagong chair, kung hindi siya member, bakit siya nasa members photos ng Philippine Xinjiang UC Association? Just before I go to my last question,
Hindi
Mr.
ko po,
President.
pasensya na po, Mr. President, kung ako'y umuupo ng kaunti kasi nangangalay na rin po ako. Natatawa si General nakaupo lang siya eh. Hindi ko po masagot yun, Mr. President, kung ano yung Jiangjin o
Xinjiang UC Association,
Opo,
Mr. President.
kasi napakarami talaga. Pag kayo pumunta ng Chinatown, kung ano-ano mga asosasyon, Kung Fu, Wushu, kung ano-ano lang.
No, Mr. President, this is not a sports association.
No. Ibig sabihin ko,
Hometown association
may mga
po siya.
pangalan ako
Hindi siya martial arts
nakikita doon
organization.
kasi napunta rin po ako sa Divisoria. Ang dami ng mga pangalan ko. Parang ang lumalabas dito, correct me if I'm wrong, yung mga magkakamag-anak nagfo-form ng association. Pag yung, saan ba ako nakakita nito? Pag yung Lunar Chinese New Year, meron sila mga dragon dance, tapos yung mga association ng nakalagay dun sa harapan. Yun lang po yung pagkakaalam ko dyan,
Hindi rin po ito
Mr. President.
hometown, hindi rin po ito family association, Mr. President. Hometown
ano raw po,
association
ma'am,
po siya.
Mr. President, I was informed na ito yung parang mga hometown association.
Yes, Mr. President, exactly.
Hometown association.
Opo.
oo.
So, hometown association po ito. And per our information, itong Philippine Jinjiang UC Association is part of the United Front Work of the Communist Party of China. So, panghuling tanong na lamang po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, for
Yes,
the
Mr.
information of Her Honor, yung Xinjiang nga, very active sa Negros Occidental. Ito, nag-launch sila ng Philippine Xinjiang Association Negros Occidental Chapter. O sina Governor Lacson sa Bacolod, sa Acacia Hotel. So, very active po ito sa, hindi ko lang kaya i-pronounce yung name, pero kilala ko po yung mga mayors dito. So, lahat po sila, very active po itong ganitong association. Tama po kayo, Mr. President. Xinjiang ay baka yung bayan nila, roots nila sa kung saan man, sa China.
Yes, Mr. President. Panghuli po na tanong, is it possible for one person, even a foreigner, to have more than one taxpayer identification number, Mr. President?
Siguro po, Mr. President, it is indeed possible for a person to have more than one, but it is not allowed.
Yes,
it is
Mr.
not allowed. It can. There are two, from my understanding, long time ago. There are two lookouts here. One is the acquisition of a second tin by virtue of a desire to deceive or defraud the government or our tax authorities. Kung ganun po ang plano, ay yun po ay talagang masama yung intensyon. Minsan naman po ay yung pagkuha ng tin ay dulot ng pagkakamali o hindi sinasadya. Halimbawa, pag nawala yung tin, kumuha ulit ng iba. Pero meron po tayong legal framework sa issuance ng tin. The law is explicit na just one tin per individual or entity. Subalit, kung nakadalawa kang tin o marami kang tin, merong administrative sanction. Babayad ka ng 1,000 pesos to 50,000 at pag ikaw naman ay hinablan ng BIR, 50,000 pesos. Pero kung yun ay ginagamit mo for purposes of tax evasion. So, ngayon po, ang BIR ay bukod sa administrative and criminal penalties ay nagbibigay din ng, kumukuha rin ng civil liabilities, halimbawa po sinadya mo, misrepresentation, to defraud the government. So, i-assess ka ng 25% surcharge, may mga memorandum circular po dito ang BIR, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tignan niyo po ito. These documents were both submitted to the committee. His tin in his BIR ID is different from his tin in Juan Care. At uulitin ko po, both these documents were submitted to the committee. May paliwanag po ba para dito, Mr. President?
Apparently, Mr. President, the real tin is the 272. Ano ba yung 272? 272, ito po nga sa taas. Yung may picture po. 272-704-092 yung 000. Yung po yung ginagamit niya sa pagbabayad ng buwis. Yung isa po, kagaya po nung nabanggit ko kanina, ay yun po yung ginawa doon po sa pamamagitan ng kanyang accountant ng noong ano ba itong tinayo, isang foundation na
Juan Care Foundation.
ano ba yung Juan Care? Isa civic organization? It's an NGO, Mr. President, na NGO charitable foundation na yun din kanyang inabanggit ko kaninang accountant po ang nag-fill up na lang, pirma na lang. So, hindi po ito tinatanggi, Mr. President, na yung nakakuha ng isang number uli. Subalit, this was fully disclosed, Mr. President, at ito po ay doon sa isang foundation. Wala naman pong motive to defraud the government to commit an intentional crime to deceive the government. So, Mr. President, so what the person did, this was apparently the first one. Correct me, Mr. President. I stand corrected. The first one was secured when he was still in Isabela. Kinancel na po yun ng BIR. So ang talagang ginagamit niya ngayon ay itong 272. Kasi meron pong larawan dito, Mr. President, ay batang-bata pa siya. Baka high school lang ito o college, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, kung meron pong pagkakamali dito, ang BIR na po ang nag-meet ng sanction, administrative, yung 1,000 administrative fine or yung criminal penalty, habla siya under Section 258 of the National Internal Revenue Code. Subalit, ito po ay hindi sinadya para i-defraud, mag-evade ng taxes ang applicant sa yugtong ito, Mr. President. At yung isa po ay na-cancel na, Mr. President. Yung pinapakita nyo sa larawan sa baba.
Salamat, Mr. President. My staff also took the initiative to check if one of these tins is like those one-time tins for foreigners. But ang one-time tin daw ay for single transactions only, and these are both not given for the purpose of incorporation. Mr. President, we also sought to verify these tin numbers at gaya ng nabanggit ng good sponsor, the tin that was used for Juan Care for 362944400 ay tagged as cancelled. Pero merong pa ring isa pang tin, yung tin na ginamit sa Avia Leisure 486030244 under the name of Marco Ong is associated with a completely different name, Mr. President. And again, these two completely different numbers are different from the one in his BIRRD na sinabi na rin ng good sponsor ay 272-704-092-000, Mr. President. So, for the record also, Mr. President. So, by way of ending, I wish to say, hindi lang po ito tungkol kay Mr. Wang, but I really am shocked that this person was able to advance so far in the naturalization process despite all the red flags in his background. Hindi po ito pamemeke lang ng birth certificate in a small local civil registrar in a far-flung town. This one is right in the halls of the House of Representatives and the Senate, harap-harapan po. Si Wang Liduan, nagkukunwaring Pilipino sa SEC, tinago ang business interests at contacts kaugnay ng gambling, pogo at junkets, at may link sa mga organisasyon na malapit sa Communist Party of China. Hindi po ako na niniwala na inadvertence lamang ang lahat ng ito. At hindi po ako naniniwala na ganun kadali itong i-dismiss. So Mr. President, good sponsor, I terminate my interpellation. And as early as now, I have to say that I cannot in good conscience vote to confer citizenship on this person. Muli, and for one more time, hindi ko po sinasabi na siya ay guilty sa anumang krimen. After all, this is not a court of law. All I am saying, Mr. President, good sponsor, all I am saying is that there are enough red flags to warrant further scrutiny and to deny Filipino citizenship to this person. Maraming salamat po, good sponsor at Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros and Senator Tolentino, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
There being no committee or individual amendment, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8839. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. House Bill number 8839 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration House Bill number 8839.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla would like to insert to the records his co-sponsorship speech on Senate Bill number 2926, the bill on the compulsory age of retirement for officers and non-officers of PNP.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Padilla regarding Senate Bill number
Senate Bill number 2926.
2926 is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, January 21, 2025.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, January 21, 2025.